still.
Yeah. Well, your instructions are phenomenal.
Well, thank you. You know, I try to be as very detailed, you know, trying to encompass the range of technical
expertise.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so
and Zoom is really complicated. Like the settings are in all sorts of places. So,
it is. It's not super intuitive when you get down to the details of it, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have made...
So this is going on now. It's live. One thing I don't remember. Oh, stop live. Okay, so at the very end, I just stop it at 5.
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
Yeah. And I have the image to put during the breaks, so that's all fine. Okay. Do I need to know anything else?
We have placeholder images that were included in my email so that you can place the image during breaks. I would recommend... Okay, great.
Yeah.
Then I think you're all set up.
That's it. Okay. This is not being recorded, right?
It is being recorded. So when we do live stream on YouTube, it's automatically recorded to YouTube. At the end of the day, once reviews are done, I go in and make all of the videos private so that our tech team can go in and edit down the videos so that it'll get rid of all of this conversation we're having now.
Okay.
And any extra conversation that happens at the end that's not pertinent to the review. All of that will be cut out. And then the clean version will be re-uploaded to our YouTube channel.
Oh, so it's going to be there forever.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I was just asking for my students if, you know, if I need to record it for them, if they want to listen to it again. Okay.
Yeah. So it may not be this week that it gets re-uploaded, but definitely within the next week or so, we'll have the edited version available on our YouTube channel.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thanks for all your work.
Of course, you're welcome. I hope you have great reviews today.
Thank you. See you soon.
All right, bye.
And you have a good day. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Good morning. Hi, Abby. Good morning, Eleanor, Justine. Hi, Rainy, Emily, Rosalina. Did you guys get some sleep? Okay. We are live. We're still waiting, of course, for our reviewers and the rest of you, but I look forward to it. Okay, so we have 10 minutes. Anna is here. Did you have a chance to see the order of the presentations for today? Yeah, so we'll start with Abby, then Anna, Justine, Eleanor this morning, okay? The order is was not supposed to be random, but it ended up being a little bit random because I wanted the neighbors to be together. And then some of you, like Erin had an exam, so I had to kind of shift things around, so. Yeah. Okay, Fernando is here. Rosalina, did you manage to fix your file? I think it was too big. That's one reason.
Maybe. It's because like I could open it just fine separately, just as a PDF or even on Acrobat. It was fine there. It's just
okay, perfect. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay. Hi, Eric. So who are we missing? We're missing Marcelo and
Daniel.
Daniel, thank you. Yeah. And we're missing our reviewers, of course. So please keep your presentations to maximum 10 minutes, okay? That's really just for you to have, sufficient time to get feedback. We have 3 reviewers at each session. So that's, that should be you should get a lot of feedback, and we don't have that much time, so yeah. Good morning, Vince.
Good morning. I'm looking
Good
for
morning.
my
Yeah, don't worry. We still have 5 minutes. Take your time.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Anna.
Oh, Abby, sorry. I think I clicked something and asked you to unmute. You don't have to unmute. Hi, Louis. Good morning. Hi, Marcella. Great. So I think all of you are here. Now we're just waiting for 2 reviewers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, Daniel is still missing and Erin won't be here this morning. Poor Erin, she had exams and classes today on top of this. Good morning, Daniel. Hi, good morning. Hi, Marcella. Okay, we're almost there. Hi, Fernando. Breakout, close chapter. Okay. Waiting for... Hi, Smila.
Hello.
Hello. I thought you were joining us in the afternoon.
Wait a second.
Good morning, Drew.
Wait a minute. Let me check and see.
You're more than welcome to stay. I'm just worried someone else will be missing you.
Yes, that's me call. Okay, so I'm in the afternoon. Okay.
Yeah, 12:30. Yeah.
Okay, 12:30. Okay.
Yes. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's just wait 1 more minute for Aaron Stewart. Drew, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks. I'll just wait for the last reviewer to briefly introduce the studio. Just okay. So Drew, where are you visiting us from? Or where are you?
I'm here in Austin.
Oh, you're in Austin. Okay. So we're all in Austin. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully Aaron will be with us shortly. Oh, Erin is here. Hi, Erin. So you managed to join us for a bit in the morning before your class. Okay. Okay. I will wait 2 more minutes just to make sure that Aaron did not end up in some other review by mistake. We have 4 projects to review in the morning, so we should have plenty of time. Oh, great. Good morning. Good morning, Aaron.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us. I think we're all
late, but I couldn't figure out how to sign into Zoom.
No worries, no worries. It's not a problem at all. We have plenty of time. Okay, I think we can start. We have with us today Aaron Stewart. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Seward,
Almost.
yes.
Yes, okay, I got it right. Drew Macmillan and Vincent Snyder, who is a full professor here at school. I've shared your bios with the students, so I will jump straight into introducing the studio. So this is Design 3 integration. This is the 2nd year studio, which comes straight after foundation. This studio was actually later in the 3rd year, just before the comprehensive. It was just moved now to this earlier stage, which I'm really happy about. And really what it is, it's a basic introduction to the issue of integration, of helping students understand how to deal with those most important issues that we all deal with: program, spatial, formal, articulation, structure, construction, techniques, materials, etc., etc. the way the studio is structured is that by the way, it's a studio that is coordinated. We have 4 different sections. We all share the site, program, and also the structure of assignments. And then there's slight differences between our approaches, of course. And the way we proceeded was to start with a short assignment where students worked in teams of 2, and they analyzed the working methods of one architect. So we worked on Kengo Kuma, Tyre Rocha Carrillo, we had Olgiati, Shim Sutcliffe, Amateur, and I think that's it. And the idea was not only to kind of reflect upon their creative methods, but also analyze more in depth one building. Then the second assignment was again in teams of 2. The idea was to design a building that would be kind of a community space, a semi-open space in Austin, but using the tools that they learned from one of those architects. So kind of putting themselves in the shoes of that architect and trying to design as if they were Kengo Kuma or Olgiati. In the third and the longest final assignment that you will be looking at today, they were asked to design a center for a musician in residence in Austin. It's in West Austin, right after Mopac, very close to the river. And the idea was to create a space that not only offers this artists a residence, a place where they can practice, practice their skill, but also interact with the community. So there is a public component to the program, there is a concert hall, depending on the musician of target that they chose, each of them individually, there are some specific spaces that will be unique to each of the projects. And the important thing about this final project is that we asked the students to actually relate to the previous design of one of the students, to the neighbor that was designed on the site that is right next to the site that they're working on for this project. So you will see this building appearing as if it existed, but it's just that the site next to this one was empty, and we thought it was interesting to relate to something that they all worked on and had time to really think about previously. I think that those are the most important issues. If you have any questions or anything, any of you from my studio, if I've missed something really important, those are individual projects, by the way. So we have 4 of them. We're looking at 4 of them. Maybe one more thing I wanted to add is that my approach at this stage in the studio is really not to impose any type of a formal or organizational language. I have no preference for curve versus straight line. I have no preference for continuous versus discrete. I really just try to help them express themselves to the best of their abilities and teach them more methods and tools rather than imposing anything specific. So you will see a range of very different projects and not really looking like any of my own work. So without any further, yes, let's just move on to the first presentation, maybe. Abby. Thank you.
My screen okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Abby. So I'd like to begin. For my project, I decided to focus on solo classical musicians. And so for that one individual within a range of instruments, I found in my research this disparity between practice and performance, both within the experience and posture of the musician themselves and in the spaces they occupied. So a practice room being much smaller and typically the body of the person being much more relaxed. Not to mention the transition into a performance hall that's huge and filled with people staring at you. So one objective for me in this project was trying to bridge these 2 experiences to make it less distinct between the 2. So from our design brief, we were given a set of programs, and from those programs, kind of a clear distinction between public and private because it is the living space of the residents. while also being a public space for anyone. I wanted to make sure I kept in mind the distinguish between public and private spaces, as well as bridging the practice and performance. And then one major question for me within the project was, what does it mean to work and rest in the same space? So I think that's something that all of us are kind of feeling in COVID right now. And I really wanted to help distinguish those two so that the experience within the daily life of the resident isn't blurred between the two, but rather have distinct lines between the two. So moving into the site, with the Greater Austin site, our site kind of overlooks the Colorado River while being close to some busy roads and right in front of Lake Austin Boulevard. But overall, the area was kind of a blending of commercial and residential. So I put together some collages of the site. Here you can see our site right here in the middle. And that large road right in front was pretty busy when we did our site visits. And then here again, you can get a sense of kind of the mix of residential and commercial. Most of these buildings did kind of maintain a house typology, which I found interesting. And then some views looking towards and from the site itself. So just to orient you, this is our site here, and this is the neighbor. So my neighbor was the one inspired by Kango Kuma, with lots of textures and layering from a past project. So going into my design process, I started with lots of massing models. And this idea of the void became very interesting to me. We started the project by reading a text by Bruno Zevi and how he focuses on the void being what architecture is and not the mass. And I thought that beautifully related to Mozart's quote, "Music is not in the notes, but is in the silence in between." So further looking into the logic of the design, I wanted to kind of address this street corner site by kind of creating a boundary and going away from it in some ways, but still inviting people in. And then having this house typology of the sloped roof, both because of the local familiar designs around the area, but also because it is the home of the residents, and my additional space of my choice was a greenhouse, and then again, the void. So then I moved into doing a material model about focusing on materials and how I could use translucent glass to highlight the void, and then using wood as my primary other material, both CLT and glulam. And then in regards to the interiors, I am considering doing the practice spaces with exposed wood and creating that distinction between practice and living through those materials by having no exposed woods in the living spaces, so that resident experiences a very different feeling in both spaces. So then moving more into the drawings, this is a sectional axon just to familiarize you with the design. You can start to see into some of the major spaces here. And then this is the site plan, and then the top view, you can see I'm kind of opening up into the community center, trying to relate my courtyard with the community center next door. And then here in this elevation, you can see how I'm kind of designating some outdoor spaces for communal use, and then creating these balconies that kind of relate and extend into the courtyard spaces. And then for the first plan, this is in the first floor, all of the public spaces are here. And so here, as you enter, this is the coffee space, and ticketing, which if you already have your ticket, or if it's a nice day, you can just pass by this window and drop in there. And then the courtyard space, this is a small exhibition space before entering either the second floor of the performance hall or the performance hall itself. And then these are the public restrooms, the administration, which is kind of has access to both, but is sort of hidden with a sliding door here. And then this is more of the primary residence area. So this is the storage and how they enter the performance hall. And this is a view looking from inside the coffee house. And then for the second floor, you can start to see the practice spaces occupy this floor. So there's a wide range in kind of sizes and shapes to these, keeping very non-orthogonal lines. One thing to note here is also, this is how the residents primarily enter the space. So they can either turn and go into the living spaces through the upper circulation or into the practice spaces. And I wanted to kind of draw them outside for a bit to create this difference in experience as they enter. And then this is a view from one of the practice rooms out kind of to that balcony space as well. And then here you can see the greenhouse in this plan especially. So I wanted this to kind of be disconnected from the other spaces, but also create this different experience. And it also serves as a practice space. So having this slight designated area that helps to bridge that by having a larger space that kind of is more similar to the performance hall, but also kind of having a non-critical audience as the plants are occupying the space as well. And then you can start to see the living spaces as well, which take a more orthogonal approach to the design as well. And then here's a view from the courtyard space. And again, more living units on the top floor that actually has a loft space. And then the common area space for all the residents to share is similar in that it has the orthogonal language as well, but slightly more exposed wood and similar material language as the rest of the design. And so here's another view from the outside. And then all the plans together and all the diagrammatic plans together. And then looking kind of at structure, you have the floors and roofs and then the walls, and then how I'm kind of dividing up the facade into a glazed interior and a solid kind of exterior. And then here's a section that cuts through the living spaces as well as a practice space and the performance hall. And then again, another section, here you can see there is exposed glulam beams kind of in this common space that acts as kind of a in-between public or in-between practice and living space. And then another thing to note here is some of the practice rooms do have suspended ceilings to kind of create different height levels, both for acoustic purposes and for the experience. And then an elevation, and then my final view. Thank you. If you need me to go
Thanks,
back to
Abby. Yeah. Okay. I will open it to your comments. I'll try to stay as removed from the conversation as possible.
Hi, Abby. I love your project. One question that I have that immediately jumped out at me is the practice rooms that have glass exposure. The drawing that you showed the musician looking through that glass as though it's transparent, but did you say it's translucent glass?
Yes, yeah, I was imagining some translucency, yes.
Right, so, but in other words, there would be privacy as well. Is that correct? Okay. I play music as well, and when practicing, you know, I don't like to be looked at, so to have some privacy is certainly a goal. I've never been in a practice room that had a window or any access to daylight. I imagine it must be a wonderful experience. But I do wonder what the acoustical properties of the glass would be with you're blowing a horn into it. It would probably shatter back at you quite harshly. But otherwise, I think it's a beautiful project. I love the separation of the public and private programs. It all seems quite cozy and quite comfortable. It seems like a space where I would like to have a residency. To me, I felt a certain, like the project relates to this Kuma-esque project next door, but also it seems to have this kind of connection to some of the vernacular here in Austin, especially with the shed roof and those upper residences that have the lofted area in the shed. That's quite nice. So I was charmed.
Yeah, I'd say I think that the like program the sort of conceptual idea that you have sort of the work and the practice and the performance ground is the place where these two worlds meet, I think is pretty strong. And I like the courtyard idea. I was kind of curious if you go back to like a ground floor or site plan, probably a ground floor is the best. So yeah, so the kind of alley almost condition on I guess it's the east side of the building, where I almost anticipated that there would be that the courtyard would slip through, right? That instead of being kind of a U, that it's 2 blocks, and because that, you've got people coming from the neighborhood, I'd assume, as well as sort of the city, and that ground floor could be sort of a completely public level with more porosity. I was also kind of curious about what, you've kind of clipped off this big chunk of space on the bottom right corner. Like what's the intention, or how does that space get used? It's kind of outside the solid volume. Like what is that space? Is it just void? Is it?
I was envisioning kind of the outer courtyard, kind of this space, if that's what you're referring to,
Yes.
as kind of an extension of the coffee space to some extent, but kind of more for public use, even just for the residential areas around to come and kind of sit, but kind of be separate from the residential, like it is their home, but still allowing it to be a public space. But I see what you.
Yeah, I guess I think it might be stronger if that, if your 2 volumes sort of spread apart more, right? Start to take some of that space. Because like what's interesting about this is the inside, right? Is the like courtyard void space you've made between these things, and where there's translucency and everything is looking in, right? Like all of is completely inward facing, right? All the solidities on the outside, and the kind of action is happening on the interior. So I would have kind of spread that out and come through, where those restrooms were made, it may not be a full void, but some kind of accessibility to bleed through on both sides.
Yeah. Abby, I really like your project as well. It's very clear in terms of your representation, which allows us to actually talk about specifics, which I think probably helps you out quite a bit. I mean, I think Aaron's point is quite correct in that as you will learn in your environmental controls, you have a hard surface. It could be glass or even drywall. Things are going to bounce off and be. You're going to look at things like reverberation and absorption, and you'll learn about all those things. But that's a point well taken. I would like it if you could go to the drawing that was early on. It was your sort of, I think, procedural. It was called design diagrams.
This one?
Yeah. So for me, that it's very sort of clear that your idea here is to bring down the scale at the corner, and address it does 2 things. One is that you're addressing the scale of the larger building right next to you, as well as relating to the overall scale of the neighborhood, which has lots of houses there. And normally in Austin, there's that the residential areas change so quickly, it's sort of hard to predict where they're going to be in the future. But this part of, it's this sort of weird kind of chunk of Terrytown is pretty stable in terms of the sort of scale of the project so far. I mean, it may be that they end up getting larger, but there's definitely a kind of scale there, which I appreciate that you're trying to relate to. And I think by and large doing that pretty successfully. But I would like to point out just a couple of things. One is I also appreciate, let's go to, let's see, which drawing was it? I guess it's was it the very last one? Yeah, super. So there's a few things there. So this one actually gives me, an idea with that large building next to it. And also sort of in the distance, I know that there's another building in the corner. What I really appreciate that you've done is that you've got several drawings where you're representing the context. But I guess I'd push you a little bit further and actually I believe there's a house on that other corner, correct? It's like a fairly sort of quaint, like really, I mean, because part of this is really testing out your idea. Like if I'm bringing down the scale, can I, I would actually do a larger, and maybe you did it and I missed it, a larger elevation with it sort of plugged in there to see exactly what that rhythm is down that street. Because I suspect that you're correct, but we really need to test it to see what possible adjustments that you might do. The other thing is with regard to that sort of operational aspect that you showed in the first drawing that I looked at. I think if we can really see this in, there's a section that you did. Let's keep going. There we go, hold it. Okay, so for me, I would have taken the material, I would have the materials represent where my cuts are. So the one cut was this angled cut. And so for me, the roof material that you're showing here, whatever that is, and if it's glass, then maybe there's a concern, I'm not sure. But whatever the material that is, that should be the same on the other roof, so that you see that there was this one volume, and then you excavated from that. And so then the inside of the courtyard would all be one material as well as wherever, and also then that void that, you've got the sort of in-between space that's there that is a void, right? And so, but it's sort of like as you're cutting through this, like if you take a ham, and you cut through the ham and you remove part of it, you're going to see like that's all like one material, and the sort of skin is continuous, on the outside of it. And it would be something like that way that's readable. And then I would say, I mean, there's other things that we can talk about, but because I know we don't have a whole lot of time. But the last thing I would say is that I really love the fact that you've made this outdoor room, and it's a very public outdoor room. I would say actually that's where I want to enter the building. I want to draw people into that space, and then it functions as a kind of outdoor atrium that you could then funnel people into whatever direction. As you said, if they have a ticket, they can go one direction or another direction. But I think I would bring people into that. And then the second thing is to understand that this outdoor room that you've created is just as important, or one could make the argument, the most important room of your project, and really needs to be designed with all the attention that you would say design for the performance space. Really, really important. The last thing I'd say is that really when I go to the ground floor plan, the only concern, again, I think your plans are very well done. The only concern I have is the sort of throating down to the corridor, very sort of tight, and then there's the restrooms that are right there, and then I get sort of into the corner of the performance space, and all of that it's just not as clear and as simple as the rest of your project. And I think, I mean, if I were looking for a place for improvement, I think I'd look at that sort of circulation. But very, very nice project.
Thank you so much for all your comments. I just wanted to say that, Abby, I mean, your way of moving through this project was really wonderful, with a lot of persistence, quite a clear scheme from the very beginning, but you've worked through, for example, the plan that Vince is mentioning now. This plan went through several iterations. It could still improve. It was a very difficult kind of hinge between, two public spaces. I think you really made a lot of progress, and also I think your visualizations are pretty successful. You could try to now start layering it even more and respond to what Aaron was asking about, what's translucent, what's transparent. Just keep on learning ways of actually expressing those material aspects as well, without jumping necessarily into a realistic rendering immediately. So thank you so much. Thanks. We have Anna now.
Hello. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. So, hello, my name's Ana Marcela Cantu. This is my musician space. For my musician, I chose someone that is kind of more of a creator, is creating music, records music, maybe does some collaborative work with the other residents, and finally performs what they have created. So this is our site. On this closer image on the right, I showed the neighbor and what is currently there, which is like a laundromat. But yeah. And then this is my first sketch, my first model. I really only had one building, and then it was just kind of slabs. I kind of had some curvature, but then as I started developing it more, I really wanted to focus on the idea of more public spaces and more private spaces. And this blue coloring represents the most public of spaces, with it being the ticketing, the performance hall, public restrooms, and the administrative office. And then as you go towards the back, it becomes more private, with the transitional spaces kind of being the library and this common gathering area for the residents. And in the very back, which I created this, it looks like two different structures, but it's actually one. In the very back, it's the individual units and the individual practice spaces. So here we have the empty site, and it's kind of odd shape, a parallelogram. And then towards the back, it's kind of raised up about 9-10 feet. So I decided to kind of follow the shape of the sides, create this parallelogram shapes, and use that back raised area to put my my more private areas in that place, because I wanted to create this separation between the two. And the only structure that isn't really following the shape is the main auditorium, which is the square at the top. And I just kind of wanted to separate that to show the importance of it. This is my first plan. This is the ground plan. And I really wanted to show, with this plan, the circulation, how you can enter at the front, and it's this receiving area with the ticketing and the coffee shop. And you can go right and take the main stairs up to the auditorium, or take the elevator, or you can go left towards the more the transitional areas to the library or to the kitchen in the back. Or instead of going through the front, you can also, go through the outside, which is this courtyard that I wanted to divide in two. So this front area is more of a public courtyard, and then it creates a more private courtyard in the back. And I created these kind of stairs in the site to make it like a sitting down area, but also they work as stairs. This is the plan for the auditorium. and it shows like these grand stairs that take you to this auditorium. And it also shows some of the living units, and the living units, like this back area actually connects to the auditorium. So the musicians don't have to go all the way to the front and up the stairs. They can have this easy access to like the backstage area that leads to the stage. This is the same view of the auditorium, but the plan is higher up and to show the practice rooms. So the practice rooms and the living units, it's one floor of living units, one floor of practice rooms, and they alternate because I wanted the living units and the practice floors to be next to each other, but I wanted the stairs to work as a transitional area to go from, you know, where you live and where you kind of work. And these practice rooms kind of have like their own, even though there's a window, but I wanted to make that window glazed. And then if you want to take a break, see the view, you can go outside and there's like a little balcony for each of the practice rooms. This is my front elevation, and this really shows this curve I have at the front. Originally in my first draft, it was supposed to just be just flat planes, but I decided to add this curve to show the staircase that takes you from the first floor to the auditorium, and just like to show the transition between these two spaces. And this is just like the east elevation. It really shows like the different planes, especially in the front area, interacting with each other. Here you can really see the grand staircase in the front a lot better. And this shows that on the right, you can see the relationship between the living units and the practice units. This section at the bottom, you can see the library, and in the back over here, you see the kitchen common area. And I just want to show the relationship between those two, as well as the relationship between the top auditorium that shows the backstage, as well as its relationship to the back area with where the more private spaces are. And this one shows more of the same relationship as the last one, but you can see it in a better angle, as well as this room right here, which is like the elevator that leads you up. And here you can just see kind of like the colors I'm going for, and really how it's supposed to look, with like this main staircase being a big part of my project, because it's a big moment that I wanted to emphasize on. And I wanted to do glass on it because I wanted it to be inviting to the neighborhood. And in the back, it's supposed to work, it's supposed to work as as a background for the main building. Here you can see a closer view of the front area and an inside view. This is the courtyard area that I have towards the back that lets you see the library. And I really like this view because it shows like the slabs that are interconnecting and just creating these little pockets of spaces, and like this balcony at the top. And this is a view of the balcony. Pretty private areas. Over here, I want to show, this is outside the practice rooms where the little balcony areas are. And I made it, I made it to its frosted glass. So in between the balconies, you can have some sort of privacy. And that's all.
Thank you, Anna.
Anna, I'll start out. Again, I'm charmed by this project as well. I love the curves. It's approachable. It's an attractive building. I do worry about the corner glass exposure to the sun. That's I'm sure you've heard that before. And that's something you should think about, especially here in Texas. You know, and I feel like the opportunity was there to kind of protect that more and direct the glazing into the more protected courtyard area and facing, kind of work that relationship between the kind of terraced slope and that kind of public program. But I love using the stairs to activate the kind of facade. And if you could face, you know, the thing about Lake Austin Boulevard is it's not like you have a lot of pedestrian foot traffic or anything. It's a very high speed motorway. So I feel like the kind of the generous urban gesture to open up to that street is a bit lost, you know, but the side road would be a nice place to open up to, and then you could protect the building from the sun loading a bit more. The other thing was I thought it was interesting that you put, I mean, I like having the balconies on this side of the building facing the courtyard area, but at the same time having the stair, if you had the stair for the performance hall and the stairs for the residence tower facing each other, that would be an interesting kind of thing to play with and another way to activate your facade. You know, I like the kind of white and wood, but I don't know what the material is. I guess it's stucco or something like that.
Yeah, I think plaster.
Plaster, right. So I don't know, that's all I gotta say. But I love the curves, the formal properties. It's a very approachable building, and you kind of want to pick it up and hug it.
Thank you.
I want to give our guests the chance to go. I don't want to talk over top. So if you want to go, or I can go anytime.
I can go ahead and say, I think it's a nice project. I think what's particularly interesting is that this feels like it's almost entirely, it feels like there's much more, the musician residence component is what's really central here. And kind of the whole beauty of this is like you said, that stair. It's this moment of being kind of like invited up into their world. And I think the way you've sort of articulated the auditorium performance space as, you know, these sort of more solid filleted volumes in the same way that you've articulated the residence space is a nice sort of connection. And I was curious about the library component, because the library is where the sort of performance volume and the residents touch. Is that something you think is a public space, a private space? What's the nature of that?
I think the library is more of I thought of it more of a transition space, where I imagine the residents would be the ones to use it the most, but it would be open for the public and they can come. I imagine it to be more of a, you know, music focused library where anyone can come in if they're interested in, you know, getting some information about music. So I imagine it to be really like a transition area where anyone can go and and it connects like the more public and the more private aspects of.
I think that makes sense. I was just kind of curious, as it's sort of a really important knuckle of program where that residential and very public space touch. So I think it makes sense for it to be sort of a mixing of those two things, and it sort of mixes the language, right? This is a completely glass volume that is carved out of that more solid piece. I think that makes sense. I think it's a good choice of a sort of additional piece of program to put there.
Yeah, and I like your project as well. I mean, I think we all agree that you know, that your interest is in the curves themselves, that kind of language. And so I'd like to talk about that for just a little bit. So if you could go to your I guess your very first plan. It's cut through the site. You got one more, is that right? Or is that it? That's it. Okay, super. Okay, so for me, this is actually, you know, really, I like this plan quite a bit. It sort of tells me where your, you know, where your mind is or where you started, but also its relationship to the site. And I think what's really powerful about this is the play between the curvilinear and the, you know, and the rectangular, although it's more like a parallelogram, you know, nature of the site. If you go to, let me see, is contrast that to, I'm just trying to think which drawing it was. I suppose maybe we just go, oh gosh, I think it's your, maybe we go, yeah, let's go back up. I guess it's about 3 towards the front, towards the beginning.
Okay. Is it this one or?
Yeah, that one's good right there. Okay. So what you notice here in that dialogue is that you notice that, wait a second, where's the exception to these sort of rounded corners? Mm-hmm. Right? You see, you did it right at the top where the site kind of ends, right? It's like it's no longer rounded there. And for me, that then starts to have a dialogue with the rest of the site, obviously to the north. But then the question is, well, then how might that also then, you know, link itself into the rest of the site? Because I think when all the corners get rounded, you make this more object-like, and it dislocates itself from the site. And I think you've really tried to address the site. So I think that's counter to what it is that you actually want to do. And so for me, you might think about where, you know, that you'd have that rule that whatever side is towards the site that's embedded within the site. So in other words, next to that other building, rather than those curves. Let me see if I can. I guess I'm trying to see if I can mark on this. I've got a borrowed machine, and anyway, I guess maybe I can't mark on your drawings.
You should be able to.
Yeah, I know I should.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Maybe, yeah, here we go. Okay.
I meant I didn't block that option.
Yeah, so like here and here, you know, and here, it's like so those for me, I would actually not have those rounded, and then all the erosion takes place, you know, like along these edges here, right? So you see that in contrast. And gosh, I can't remember. There's a really fantastic. I will try to remember after the reviews today to look it up. There's a project, an early house by Alvaro Siza, where he maintains the outside, and it's really, you know, and then the inside is eroded and then brought to the outside. And it's sort of like, you know, it's like cracking an egg. And maybe more like you think about more of a, I don't know if you've ever had a Cadbury egg, you know, it's sort of like, you know, it's got that, like there's the outside shell, and then you sort of crack in, and then the other stuff sort of oozes out. But that would actually make your curves, I think, you know, much more sort of powerful. And then if we could go to your, gosh, it can be, yeah, let's go to the, again, back to the plan, the one we looked at before. Yes. Oh, now how do I get rid of the?
I've done it. Don't worry.
Thank you. Okay. So like here, I agree. I mean, what's really nice is also, you got this sort of animal that's living in the courtyard, and it's going to drop its tongue down and say, please come on inside, right? So, and it shows, I think it shows best in terms of what your attitude is in your rendering, but in the plan, it also says, well, wait a second, I got the stair and it's off to the side, and it's like I sort of have to slip along the side of the wall and kind of get up there. For me, I actually probably would have made that rounded corner a larger gesture to the right, and then rounded the stair sort of, with it, or played more with it, that it actually somehow, that either the stair is in response to the curves or the stair is actually generating the curve. But that it actually sort of lays out before you, as opposed to, okay, I sort of look over and slide along the glass wall and then go up. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'd be much more, I think I would use that more as it looks as though it's generating the space. And I think to Aaron's point, which I think is really right on, especially since we're talking about, the integration aspect is about a whole kind of heat gain issue, is to think about where you would have shade and shadow. And I think when I noticed in your sections that you're missing the scale figures. And I think those are really critical for you to understand what the actual height is in there. And I think that you could see really to be able to gauge, if we could go to your rendering that shows that corner. Yeah. Yeah. And so, I would have the scale figures in section as well as in here, because I'm looking at the desk, the reception desk, and then I'm looking at the stair, and it seems almost to me as though those are two different scales. I can't quite figure out how big a person is in there. And so for me, I need that so I can figure out, like, really that I'm going to have that overhang as low as possible as I can, at the same time still getting the kind of verticality that I want within the space. And I'm not able to gauge it without the scale figures in there. But that would help with regard to, I think, also figuring out, rather than running away from the solar gain issues, what I love about all that stuff, what I love about the technical stuff, is that you have these ideas and then you plug the technical in them, and then it takes the project somewhere you didn't think it was going to go, just to respond to it. And it just makes it, it solves, so many of those problems.
Thank you so much. Oh, go ahead.
One last thing. So going back, let's just go back to the plan one more time. The very beginning plan that you had. Okay. So I like how you said, and I think you said maybe, I'm paraphrasing here, something along the lines of sort of kind of a stair that's off to the right, that's a sort of a natural stair responding to the landscape or something like that. And then in your renderings, you're showing an actual sort of stairway. And I agree. I mean, I think those should be, rather than it's sort of natural as you have it, I would go ahead and make it be a very architectonic, very, sort of proper stair. I think, but I would do a little bit different. I think I would do like double height stair with smaller stairs in it. So it becomes a place where someone can sit outside, and you could have smaller sort of impromptu, little performances outside on that. But it would be a much more of a, what I'm talking about, the area, let me annotate again. I got the wrong mouse. These guys here, is that I would go ahead and play that up straight, hard, geometric, and make it be occupiable, that I could sit on them, and at the same time, move up them, like a kind of an amphitheater sort of element, I think, that would be, that would be more or less occupiable and be in dialogue. That's a stair, and then it's in dialogue with your other stair on the inside, which again then tells me, oh, well, that really shows me that that interior stair has to be like a more prominent, larger scale stair to be in dialogue. So across, so those rounded elements are talking to one another, and they're both about verticality, but they're also shaping the space.
Thank you so much. That's, I think, Anna, you have many really great comments here too that you could even actually respond, you know, now, like inserting scale figures would be really helpful, but those are just graphic things. I wanted to say, just to wrap up, that I am amazed with the progress that I've seen in this semester. You know, this project started in a very, you almost lacked confidence to, you know, to believe that you can do a project, I felt. And we ended up with this really sophisticated design with, you know, a great conversation that just says that there's a lot in it, and it, you know, it could evolve into yet a more sophisticated project. So I really wanted to congratulate you for that. And I hope that it helps you in the future studios to see how much you can do and how much confidence you've gained through this project. Thank you.
Yeah, and I have to say, the only reason we can have this conversation is because of the clarity of your drawings. Thank you.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Yeah, thanks a lot. We have to move on. So we have Justine now.
Hi, I'll share my screen. I'm not sure how to do the full screen when it's sharing.
What, you just go to view and full screen at the bottom.
Full screen mode.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So this is just firstly a rendered view of my building, and I will first talk about the musician that I envision residing in this space is very much relating to the Austin live music type culture and just having a more casual type of performance. And so because of this, I have a primary performance space that is a performance hall inside, and then a secondary performance space that is outside in the courtyard in my building. So this is just an axonometric section drawing to introduce what my building looks like. So there is a central courtyard through the building, and it's most of the mass is actually greatest at the top, and then it steps back slightly in the lower levels. And so the sections just show the larger performance hall, and above the residential spaces. And then in this section, there is circulation. And this is a main lobby, coffee shop and ticketing area to bring in the people before the performance. So this is just a view of the site that shows what it looks like with the neighbor beside, and the site. I slightly revised it to fit the form of the building that I designed. So this is the ground floor plan, and the building overall has this stepping back design that follows the angle of the site in the back and the front. And so as I mentioned earlier, the lower levels are actually smaller. And so this is one residential unit, and this is a side open courtyard area that would be only for the residents. So this is the residential entrance to kind of block it off from the public. And this would be an open courtyard that flows inwards to this larger communal gathering space for the residents. And then this side is the public side. So this is just restrooms and administrative offices. So if a performance were to happen in this lower courtyard area, then there would be an easily accessible restroom without going to the second level where more of the public space is. So this is the second and the main public area of the building. The entrance is this grand staircase that goes right from the street, and so the middle part is the actual staircase, and the side part are these larger steps that also serve as seating. And I thought that would interact well with this courtyard for if there was a performance there, some people could be sitting along the side or even during the daytime, people could be sitting there. And that would also maybe bring more people in from the street to come visit. So this is a very large open lobby and coffee shop area, and it's double height on this side, and it goes into single height this way just for some restrooms and entrance to the actual performance space. And the performance space can also be exited and entered from the backside, which is at a higher level. And there's a secondary entrance and exit here for if you want to access the back open area of the site. This is the next story, and this is where all of the residential spaces are. So my residential spaces are double height, and they interact from, this is where the bedroom, the kitchenette, and living space is, but it interacts with a practice room and loft that is on top. So each residential unit has a private practice room that's connected through an internal staircase. And so this hallway goes along this way, but on the next level, the hall goes all around in a full rectangle to complete the courtyard and also allow access to the units from the upper level. So this is the uppermost level, and this is where the practice spaces are. So that could be accessed from the second level. So say if someone was practicing and another resident wanted to visit them, they wouldn't have to go through all the way through the bottom. It would just be accessed through here. And this is all the practice spaces and one larger practice space at the very end for if multiple musicians wanted to rehearse together. And this is just a top view that shows the overall form of my building and the courtyard through the front area. And this section also highlights the courtyard. So the two side parts of the building has this open lobby once again, and then this single height, more restroom area. And then this pushback central area where the courtyard is. And this section also highlights that this cuts through the performance space and two residential units up at the top, and this is the practice space once again. And this also shows this main grand staircase that leads into this lobby. This is just a front elevation, once again showing the staircase and the entrance. And then this side elevation really highlights this stepping back form in my building. This programmatic diagram just explains how the private space is mostly at the top and the public space is at the bottom, and that's kind of all stacked together in this form that gets larger at the top. And the circulation diagram just explains how one would go throughout this space. And so the materials that I was thinking about using for this project include steel and wood and plaster. This is something that I took inspiration from, having these units where there's alternating materials, and that forms an interesting rhythm on the facade. So this is an rendered view of standing in one of the hallways as a resident and seeing through the courtyard. This is inside the main lobby and ticketing area where there's this large, the upper part of the facade is glazed and the lower part is wooden. And this is just a view from inside a unit to show the double-story height on one side with a spiral staircase, and how there's these two levels of a practice room and also the actual bedroom space. And this render just shows the exterior of the building. from this angle, which shows the grand staircase on this side and the main lobby. And this is just from the other angle that really shows the covered area of the courtyard where a different kind of performance could happen that's a little less formal. And that's it.
Thanks, Justine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess I'll go first again.
Well, if I'm just trying
Vince,
to be,
Vince, I want you to go first because
okay.
then I can say, well, this is what Vince said.
that's all I say. That's all I say is what Aaron said. So, okay. So Justine, let me ask you a question. Well, first of all, I think the value, of course, all of you watching each other's reviews is that you learn from them and you take into any consideration. Does that apply to my project? So obviously the scale, the scale figures are something because it's, we really want to know what's the scale of your, you call it the grand stair. In the renderings, it looks like a giant stair, but I think it's great. I mean, I think it's great in that that's a piece of architecture that's at the scale of the city. And so then that, and I think for, a very sort of public building that it is appropriate. But before I get into the critique, I know there must be, I remember your work well from first semester. If you had to critique yourself, what parts of it are you unsure about? Because it does seem as though there's some unsureness here.
You mean in my project?
Yes, in this project.
Right.
It seems like you have some questions. And why would I say that?
Maybe some of the spaces are not as resolved.
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a generic kind of question, but I guess I would say, like, for instance, what would you say? Okay, so obviously the stair is a big part of your project. What's the other part of your project that's that you would say was like the bigger kind of move?
Right. So I really wanted to have this courtyard through the middle, where a less formal performance space could happen, and that really kind of guided the form of the building being larger at the top and smaller at the bottom, which was also partially relating to my neighbor, which had kind of a lower building that steps back in the opposite way, where it's smaller at their top layer and mine's smaller at the bottom layer.
Right. Okay, so there's a number of things that you're doing which are, sort of counter to those, that are sort of fighting against those two big elements, which are at a scale and in dialogue with each other, as well as the potential to be in dialogue with the neighborhood at the scale of the city. And so one of them you can see right here on this view. I'm glad you left it on this view. Is this sort of this little wall that's running up the side of the street, right? Mm-hmm. It's sort of like, whoa, it's like you really want to see that be part of the building and not something that's that's sort of tacked on. I would say, so there's like a little move, for example. If we go, let's go to your roof plan really quick. Yeah. So you look at this and you go, let me see if I can get the annotate going again. There we go. You look at this guy right here, okay? And you go, wait a second, what's that? Okay, you know what I mean? It's like I mean, you see that in other words, what you have is you've got this I can't draw straight at all. Okay, that larger volume, and then you're punching this hole through it. And the thing is, when you then look at your renderings, and then you sort of have the play of all these other elements looking into that. That seems to be the place where where all this sort of energy and activity can take place, and not on the outside, not on the outside edges. right? Those are sort of fighting against that. And so when you look at your rendering and you've got that sort of center space, yeah, you're trying to figure out scale. You're trying to figure out how that relates to the, to not only to the larger stair, but also to what possible activities might occur at that ground level. That you've done such a nice job of sort of carving it, making it clean. Okay, now what happens there, right? And so it really is. It just really is. I think, and then you have that wall on the side. I think I would just play it a lot more straightforward. Is to, you got to get some point in your project and go, okay, now what am I doing? What is it really doing? Where's the strength of it? And then where are the things that just seem to be, like these little kind of bumps and poles and stuff, which are sort of counter to the larger idea. I just wanted to talk about one more thing really quickly as a way to sort of point that out. So go to your section, your long section through that site, through the center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you just see that. You see where that little, it's sort of like that little piece sort of bumps out. It may be a question of, again, do I maintain, here, like if whatever I'm going to do, like, do I maintain the overall volume, or where is it that I interrupted? In this case, like you're interrupting it, that little thing up at the top, it's sort of like, is that where the Pope sleeps? You know what I mean? It's sort of like, it's like, is it really that room is so special out there that it does this weird, thing? Or is it something that should be brought more into the project itself? The last thing that I want to say is, there's little things, because, as we're trying to figure out what your projects are, your section cuts, I believe, in these two sections are sort of inverted. I don't think that section is actually cut through there. You got the wrong direction, right? It's just paying attention. So, as we're
at the bottom is a mistake.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where you're cutting through the building. So you just want to. I know those seem picky, but they're important to help get the reviewers into your project quickly. So very, very nice project though. But yeah, I'll let it go at that.
Thanks, Vince.
I agree. It's a nice project, Justine. I just want to add a couple things to what Vince said. First of all, zooming in on the stair, the kind of grand stair, that's the kind of one of the main moves of the project. A couple things to say about that. One, this sort of like social stair idea is like, at this point, like very much a cliche or like a sort of meme of our time, right? That doesn't mean it's a bad idea, but it seems to be like a catch-all solution for creating like a social environment. So architects like bust it out in everything from education projects to, well, something like this. So whenever you encounter something like that that's like so well accepted and used, it's always a sign that you should question it, question using it. Because another thing that these social stairs do is they are a big sign that says everyone in a wheelchair or on crutches, yeah, this is the main way in, but you have to go around the back. So, that's something we have to think about as well as architects, is like, who are we serving? What are we messaging with our buildings? I do like that in this project. This project is showing something that I expected to see more so far in this review session, which is like a sense of tectonics. And I love the long, thin columns that hold up the main program above the courtyard space. And this project feels very urban to me with its stacking strategy. And I like the double height residential combined studio spaces. There are like these old artist loft spaces in Greenwich Village and old warehouse buildings where they did something very similar, where you have each apartment has doors on 2 floors and you have a studio space and then a living space below. So I think that's a great solution. It sounds like a fun place to live as an artist. But yeah, I would think more about the choice of the social stair as the main gesture of inviting people. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I would just like to add really, really quickly before I forget, because I tend to forget things, which is in your plans, please, the volumes that are above, you're going to want to dash those so that you can actually understand the relationships of one layer next to the other.
I think my big comment, which was that you talked about like the courtyard and the social stair, kind of all are pointing to the ground. They all, I would assume if you didn't explain the other to me where a program was, I assumed that where that courtyard is projected to the ground and the social stair, there's something really important happening there. And your ground floor program is just is almost secondary, right? Like your primary level is up the stairs and oriented sort of strangely. So I was kind of confused about the way the program was deployed in almost the orientation of the stair as well. Like I'd expect to see more happening down in that core. And also the way, I think that the double height units, like Aaron said, are really kind of nice. Like I like the upper two levels quite a bit. But if you go to like a street side perspective view, the way that practice space, the like thing that's making your courtyard, right? You're talking about this courtyard, and you read it on the roof plan, but like it's almost like barely hanging on, right? It's that one volume and the little thin piece of corridor that's making that. And you know, I either want like more mass, like make that a double height practice space, and like something deeper. And I also, just the way it's articulated, right, everything's kind of set up like this system, like you've got almost a grid of columns and slabs, and these residential pieces are infilling and getting like almost pushed back. And that piece breaks the rules, right? It comes out of the system, but it's articulated in the same materials. Just like, I think some thought about how that piece is being articulated, because it's so important, right? It's being pushed out to the front, and the way that it has just the clerestory strip, like it articulated something more like the kind of coffee shop wood volume at the bottom, that it's a different piece that's being inserted, I would kind of question. And just generally the way materials are deployed, I would put some thought into the way that there's kind of what seem like randomly dispersed pieces of wood could be more thoughtfully applied to what's going on and what you read is important.
Thank you, Drew. I think, Justine, just to wrap up, I think you have a really powerful project here, very courageous project that could do with, a little bit maybe now that you have it all together there. I know we've struggled on certain parts of the, programmatic distribution. I think you've done a great job figuring it all out. It would be great if you now thought a little bit more about the material articulation, for example, of the facade. As we've heard it in some of the comments, the relationship to me between the structure and infills and fenestration, for example. Be even more rigorous about thinking about the materials, how how you establish a certain rhythm by the use of these different materials, etc., etc. How you might want to emphasize the slenderness versus the weight. All of that very often can only be done once you have those initial views, because that's when you start seeing things. So I would not think about it as, the final project. It's kind of that guidance for you to think where it could go. And I would really encourage all of you to reflect on your projects like that, So great work. Polish your drawings a little bit, add scale figures, annotations. Sometimes we're a little bit too small maybe, but those are just cosmetic things. Thanks a lot. Eleanor, we have one more project in the morning.
Yes. Hello. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see it all right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Well, hi, my name's Eleanor. And I'd like to begin with the musicians that will inhabit this building. So I designed it mainly for classical or jazz musicians, either individuals or groups. And I really wanted to accommodate a lot of different practice and performance styles because each musician has different needs for how they prefer to create their music. So to do this, I combined a variety of private and public spaces throughout the building. And then looking at the site, we've already seen some of it in my classmates' projects, but these are sort of 3 critical views for my building. So first is a view of the front of the site looking over the street. The second is the view of my neighboring building designed by my classmates, Eric and Fernando. And then the third is the back view of the site from an adjacent building. And then this is just the rendered site plan. And you can see that I didn't really do a lot except reconstruct the hillside. Then this is sort of the footprint of my building in the context of this. Okay, and then getting into the actual design of the building. So this is a very rough study model, but it really shows one of the central ideas of this building, which is columns of space and circulation. So I use this to sort of find the positioning of those. And this is a more eloquent way of putting it. So I removed material in the center to create a void that cuts through the building, and then shifted volumes around it and trimmed them to create this final form, which you can see here. In this building, I really found the juxtaposition of blank sidewalls and an enclosed but glazed center very, very interesting. And so you can see here that I created moments where you can see this core from the exterior, one of which is this window on the side, so you get sort of a glimpse of it as you drive by. And you can see that more clearly in this elevation, sort of the interaction between this window and the central void that characterizes this project. And here you can also see the structure that goes through the multiple levels of the building and the diagonals that characterize the performance hall space right here and really make it unique. So here's another view where you can see the sloping forms that characterize the space. And they create the entrance and the seating area. And you can also see the frosted glass window because a performance hall needs to be separated, but I didn't want it to be completely disconnected from the central space. So I added a frosted glass window so that you have an impression of light and movement without getting too distracting. And then moving on here, you can see the regularity of the structure again, which carries on through to the interior courtyard. Here you can see the layers of glazing and the mullions that characterize this courtyard. And you can really see also the layers of hallways and circulation that surround this central space. In terms of circulation, I took the word very literally, so you can walk literally all the way around each floor. You can also see here the staircases that are part of the core and that the vertical circulation aligns with the central void. And you can also see the glazed elevator that provides access to the entirety of the building. Then looking at the plans here, this is below ground, all of it. So this is made up of really utilitarian spaces. So it contains the public restrooms, storage, practice spaces, and you can also begin to see the performance area right here, which is the double layer space, so it continues on to the main public floor. So here you can really begin to see the entirety of the performance hall and also the music library, which is my extra space in the building. So the idea is that you enter through these sliding glass doors, so you can actually open up this corner of the building entirely to the public. Then come over here to the ticket counter, grab your coffee, grab your tickets, and then mill around in this area a bit before going on into the main performance space. Okay, so this is a view of this atrium space. So you can see the frosted glasses library on the left, and the ticketing and copy desk, and the glazing through to the courtyard on the right. And then looking at the second floor plan, we begin to get into more private areas. So this is a semi-public floor where it contains group practice spaces, the communal kitchen area, which also has glass siding that opens up completely to the exterior, and also the office and an informal performance patio. And here you can really see the glazing on both levels of the building that opens up to create sort of this flow around the edge of the structure. So you sort of meld the interior and the exterior in these two places. And it also facilitates the flow of people from the neighboring site and between the two spaces here. And then looking at the top floor, it contains entirely private rooms, and each contains a private practice space on the interior. And then this is a view that only the students would actually get to see. So it's from the top of the courtyard, from the top of this multi-level staircase that cuts through the building. And it also brings up the point that these are private rooms at the top here. And while they look very open now, there would be screens to facilitate some privacy there. But I wanted to emphasize in this view that the structural system of the courtyard is very contained within these mullions. And then looking at all of the plans side by side together, you can really see the continuation of the core of the structure through all of these levels. And while the material around the core of the building is thicker, the thinness of the walls lends itself to a steel frame structure, which you can see here. And then within the steel structure, it's either filled with insulation and covered with thin cladding, or contains glass panes like you saw in the interior. And it also accommodates an internal truss system to allow for a cantilever. And then this is the final drawing that I have to show you. So you can see the structure that I was just referencing with the mullions and the cantilever. And it also really shows the central idea of the core of void and circulation, surrounded by hallways and space on each individual level.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay.
Drew has to go first now.
Yeah, I'll first. I think the kind of central idea of your project's quite nice. The sort of void of the middle raft in circulation. I think what's particularly nice is that that's really kind of the world of the upper residences, sort of kind of penetrating down through the other spaces, but it maintains its own sort of world of circulation. I like the way those stairs just come down. That's sort of the musician's world coming down. I like the way the performance space sort of things start to touch the edges of that volume. I think are all quite nice. And I really wish there was a little more interaction between that volume and the outside, like thinking about how a musician enters that, like that's sort of their personal world. How do they get into it? Like the way that right now it looks like they kind of enter behind the ticket counter or to the sides of the ticket counter is how you would get into that. Is there a way that that volume sort of slips out of the side of the building somewhere, something a little more private or discreet, and that it's kind of a self-contained world, and then pieces of this are touched by other public programming, you get little glimpses into it. I think that's quite nice.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna let Aaron do cleanup. Yeah, I agree with I agree with those comments, Drew. I guess for me the thing is what I find interesting about the project, and I guess I would Eleanor, I would just now I think it's like the last project, say, okay, now you've got it to this, you know, sort of amazing kind of resolution. I think you're able to figure out, okay, now I've got everything here. It's clear in terms of what I have, and let me, you know, let me think about how those parts might relate to one another. You know, where are they similar, where are they dissimilar, and are those disjunctions actually where I want them, and where the alignments are, is that where I want those? I mean, in term, I guess for me, the thing that I look at is what I'm intrigued by and sort of been grappling with is that as you move around your building, they almost present different buildings, you know, themselves. They have sort of like different attitudes. The front is is that there's angular cuts, and then there's excavations that are taken, and those are though, you know, and then on the backside it's almost played up like really sort of straightforward. There's not that same kind of excavation that happens as you turn the other corners. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that each one of those is, you know, really sort of intriguing images in and of themselves. And so I think you've been very careful in dealing with each sort of sheet. And for me, though, it really is, I would start to think about how they might, like, is there something that's starting to pull itself out as being, you know, a stronger element than the other ones? I mean, again, as a kind of counterpoint, say, for instance, when you come in off the street, if I look at the ground floor plan, let me go to the ground floor plan.
There we go.
So you can see here that in this view, it looks as though there's almost, except for off to the right where you've got this door that sort of inexplicably sort of drops out there. It from this, it's like there's a, you know, there's a glass void that's here. That's the place you enter into. You've got the coffee ticket counter, that sort of space. There's glazing all around. Again, this one would be what you would look and you go, well, maybe, okay, if this is where I'm starting as a sort of glass void that's then attached to this more sort of solid piece back behind, do I extend that over to where you now have a door off to the right? Would, you know, that really just seems as though that wants to be a really sort of simple volume there, for example. And go to the next plan, please.
This one?
And so then this is actually, for me, this is something that really sort of reinforces what you had before in terms of that as essentially a clean line. The thing, though, that I see interesting is, let's go to the next one. Well, actually, let's go back. I'm sorry. I just want to point out. So here you have then, here you have one, which also then has that other void. And again, I want to see that in dialogue with which was before, below where 4 was, in terms of that there's a language. It could be a simple kind of trapezoidal shape that you have that could also be in 1, but there again, you know, just because you're bringing that glass down over on the left, you're bringing it down, you've lost that. So let me see if I can annotate here. I'll just show you, like here, right? So to be consistent with what you potentially had below, this would be solid actually over here. So again, it's like trapezoidal, you know, that you're being consistent with the language. The trapezoidal void is then, you know, excavating part of the solid. So you really are about doing solids and voids. I think you want to be sort of consistent with the language, because you're introducing some things that are, you know, there's sort of slippages, and one's really not sure about the slippages. All right, next plan. Okay, so here for me, the thing is the real and I see it in I guess 3 or 4 images down, which is when you're showing the steel structure, is to think about, okay, how all of those things are put together. But then I'm looking at the kind of alignments that are here, like, so where my walls align with structure, where there's a dislocation. And so here, like here, this looks like, you know, like what relationship does that have to it, for example? This one here, right? Or this one here. Again, it's just sort of like you're setting up something that at first glance looks to be very, you know, very logical and really sort of straightforward. But those slippages are actually creating a kind of tension that I'm not, I mean, one could design a project around that, but I don't see where that's really sort of orchestrated as such. The last thing, because I don't want to take up all the time here, the last thing I would say is that this is really, I think, you know, the proportions of this space in here are really extraordinary. And for me, it's it really is the best space out of everything. And I was actually, so I completely understand, okay, this is like this little jewel that's for the people who are there privately. And I like that sort of hidden thing on the, and by the way, you'll see these kind of interior courtyards, you know, throughout the world. And it's just a wonder when you sort of stumble upon them. They tend to be more in traditional buildings than in modern buildings. But they're really extraordinary in terms of bringing light and air and the weird kind of proportion that's very, very unique and very powerful. And I'm just wondering if, again, that's another type of void. And so then I think about whatever it is that I'm doing in plan, is that something that I might be using in sections? So in other words, if I'm starting to develop these trapezoidal voids, as opposed to this one again here, you're introducing a triangle here, which is right, because you're closing that down, which is not a trapezoid anymore. So is there a way in which I could use the trapezoid, like if I cut through in section, would there be a sort of a trapezoidal volume? Again, I'm not saying that those are the answers, but I'm saying that's when you have all the pieces together, it's like, is there something, is there a logic that you're using in sort of multiple ways that's solving all these different problems for you, as opposed to, it seems almost, you're close, but it seems that you're almost, for each problem that you have, you're solving it with slightly, with a slightly different approach. And to me, that's the part of the project where, I mean, you're very, very close to sort of making it all hang together, but it's those slippages that I'm concerned about. Last thing that I might say is that because you've got that sort of wonderful interior space, is that, would that be something that might be a potential somewhere else, for the, I mean, might there be another void that the public would be able to experience something else like that? I mean, maybe there's two of those, and those are the big dialogue, and that thing punching down through is actually where the entry lobby is, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just sort of like you've got these different pieces. Anyway, sorry to chew up your time, Aaron.
Thanks, Vince. No, I don't have a lot to add, except to say that I think that what you've chosen to attempt here is very challenging. Rather than the other proposals that we've seen, make an effort of separating the programs, private and public. And what you've decided to do is kind of weave them together, and that's like it's a much bigger challenge. So I commend you for doing something so ambitious. Also, this project has two of my favorite things in it, which is a glass elevator and a cantilever. So thanks for thanks for doing that. The glass elevator is sort of a cliche from another time that I think we can bring back. It's time, and I love this kind of this idea of this musician's world. It's kind of this is the most like cloistered feeling of all the projects that we've seen today, and I love that the musician's residence and then the main practice rooms are separated across floors. Like there wasn't that, there's no need really to have that adjacency. And in some ways, making people move through the building is more beneficial. They exercise their bodies, they run into colleagues, and that creates more opportunities for kind of random social encounters, which I think is really, really appealing. And then just like the attempt of like wrapping the public spaces around all of that, Yeah, like I said, it's a big challenge, and you've got a lot of good ideas here that need more refinement, as Vince pointed out. But I love it, and I love the kind of formal language. If you could show the street elevation or the axonometric, the rendering from the street, yeah.
Oh, sorry, which one do you mean?
The kind of rendering from the street, where you're looking from Lake Austin Boulevard at the buildings.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is really an intriguing form, and I think that one thing I like here, just I always go back to the sun because we're in Texas, is this the kind of raking sunlight across those front balconies, and the setback that you expressed there is very nice. The cantilever here works in that way as well, as a sort of a sun shading device for the building. So you earn it. One interesting decision was to put the library on the corner as kind of like the featured program space that tells the public about what happens here. It's an interesting choice. I would expect that to be tucked away somewhere more, but I love books, and I love putting them on display. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
I would just like,
yeah, go ahead, Vince.
Add one last thing, which would be,
sure.
In terms of what I was talking about before, if you look at Bramante's Santa Maria della Pace, that really, for me, your plan 3, I guess, your third floor plan, has a real clarity to it, to which everything's sort of organized around it. And just because Santa Maria della Pace by Bramante is from the Renaissance, it could still, it can still be done in a more abstract modern garb. But I would just suggest that you look at that, because I think I think that's certainly a direction that you could go.
I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eleanor, the only thing I can say is that, again, you took on a difficult challenge, because this is apparently a very simple building, and the level of clarity and rigor in the plans that you've achieved, I think, is incredible. We've worked on them a lot, and I think that, for example, Vince mentioned, things about the alignment, structural alignments. There's more and more rigor you could be looking for if this is the direction that you want to take your project towards, right? But I think that you've done a great job, also just being very using your tools sparingly in a way, and that's very difficult sometimes. So I wanted to commend you for that. If there are any final closing comments, we still have some time. If our reviewers would like to share some general thoughts, that would be great. If you have any questions to my students, go ahead. More than welcome to ask.
Yeah, I just want to say that again, we had a really a great discussion. We were able to talk about your projects in great detail, and so this the work that you all did, it's really some of the best work in the school right now. And it is because, I can see your diligence, your thoughtfulness, and the fact that, that you can really see where you understand space, form, and the site. And as Alex knows, that's been my sort of rallying call, particularly this semester, because I just think it's so important that you're able to understand your projects and develop a level of rigor in them that allows you to move forward and to be successful as a designer, and to move successfully through the curriculum. And I'm very, very excited about what I've seen, and not only just the ones that we reviewed. I looked through some of the other projects, and I think you as a class should be very, very proud of yourselves. I'm happy to see what you all have learned from last year that you're continuing with, both in terms of a sense of seriousness as well as a sense of humor and joy, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Vince, for your comments.
I'll say that I was also really impressed with the projects that we saw today. For where you guys are in the progress of your education, I think that you brought a lot of both a lot of fun and a lot of seriousness to these proposals. They all seemed like they could be real, that this could actually be built here in Austin, which is great to see in an academic project, actually. But at the same time, you're not setting aside ambition. But it's like you kind of accept the constraints of where you are, and that gives you freedom to actually bring some creative ideas to play. And you've all handled that very well. Vince earlier in one of his comments mentioned confidence, and that's something, of course, you're going to build over time. But it is something that you always want to, when you make a decision, beat it up as much as you can, so that when other people beat it up, you already will have done that, so it can't hurt you. Because one thing that you have to have is that belief in yourself, but also openness to accept, when you've done something wrong. And that will help you move forward in your career, because once you get into practicing architecture, you'll find a lot of people, even in your own practice, may not play fairly with you. So you have to develop a thick skin, but also remain flexible. And I think with the work that you've shown here today, in the way that you've reacted to our commentary, that you're on the right track. So stick with it.
I'd say that kind of thinking back on at this point, I went to UT for, if y'all didn't know that, thinking about Design 3 and also the fact that they've now, this integrative studio has been moved up. Like you've got a lot being thrown at you, right? You're being asked to include a lot of different considerations and to integrate a lot of different stuff together. It's also a short project, and the fact that things are resolved to this level where we can still talk about ideas, right, I think is really promising, and is really important. That you're just going to have more and more technical stuff and constraints and more complicated sites and more complicated programs and bigger ideas, and just remembering that the thing that we're going to talk about is what's the idea and how well was it executed, right? There's always going to be just all of this storm of stuff you've got to deal with, but it all has to go towards the central goal of what am I trying to do, and just keep it in your head, and everything has to go tie back to that. So I think y'all are off to a good start on that.
Thank you so much.
I just want to say I want to jump on just what Drew said, which is, what I really like about the work that y'all have done is that it really is about the idea of architecture, and it's not about the idea of an idea about architecture. It's not just a bunch of images that are trying to get at an idea, but that you've actually you've committed yourself to representing what your idea is, and it's I'm just I mean, we've been reworking the curriculum, and so I'm just thrilled. I'm just thrilled by the work, and you all are. It's very your class is very, very strong. We know that from last year. So keep it up. I can tell you're having a lot of fun.
Keep it up, yeah, and have fun. I think that's really important. But we've had fun, and I'm just saying that because you're leaving now and we won't have you for the rest of our reviews, but it's been really a wonderful semester, seeing them work so hard and with so much enthusiasm, regardless the situation, regardless the fact that we've been online all the time. We had no way to interact. We saw each other maybe 3 times in person, and it didn't really help that much, so we stopped doing it. So I really want to say that, in this really unprecedented situation, you guys did a lot of great work. So thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Vince, for all your comments. I really appreciate that, and enjoy the other reviews that you're on today. And I will see you guys at 12:30 again, okay? Sharp.
It was great to see Aaron again.
Thank you.
Drew, nice to see you.
And great to meet you, by the way. It's the first time I meet 2 of you, so it was a pleasure.
Nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So 12:30, guys, okay? Good morning, Dean. How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for being here.
No problem.
Just a couple of more minutes. I think we're still waiting for... Hi, Brian. I'm Aleksandra. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Nice to meet you as well. No problem. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Let's just wait a couple of minutes for our last reviewer and the remaining students who are joining again. And then I will briefly introduce again the studio. You guys, my students, you're gonna hear it 3 times today. Okay, I think we're waiting for Smila. Smila. So you're based, Brian, you're based in Austin now, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, in Austin, yeah.
Yeah, I moved here for graduate school quite some time ago, 15, 16 years ago, and never left. Just happened out that way.
Yeah.
You're still hanging out with Burton?
Still hanging out with Burton. Never thought that would happen, but here we are. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, don't go ahead. We're still waiting for Smila.
So have you moved into your new office?
Well, technically yes, although Burton is the only one that's in the office right now.
Yeah.
There's a couple guys that go in periodically that are a bit more extroverted and need a bit more of a social environment. I think the rest of us introverts got home and we're just like, we're really happy here at our houses. That being said, the new office space is really beautiful. So
it looks really nice. Yeah. What I've seen. Yeah.
We have a ton more space than we used to. And it's just a bit more fit to the size of our firm now. So
I'm trying to see if Smila is here. No, she's still not here. Dean, 1, 2.
I go into my office just for my own. I mean, I'm in my office now. A, for my own sanity, but B, I have Ethernet. Excuse me. I have Ethernet. So if, Zoom goes out, the students can't blame it on me.
Yeah, we're having, for some reason this week, the AISD, a lot of our students are having, or a lot of my son's teachers are having trouble with power going out.
Yeah.
Or internet going out or whatever. Oh, technology.
Yeah, so I have one kid at home trying to, do coursework at Rice. I have another kid trying to do high school coursework. And then my wife is trying to do her business.
Yeah.
All on our crappy Wi-Fi. And I was like, the last thing we need is like a 4th person,
Yep.
And in a weird way, I'm the only person in the architecture school. Occasionally I see Larry Speck.
Really?
Wandering the hallways in his sort of white T-shirt. But other than, and then, maybe the dean slips in. But other than that, there's nobody here.
Oh, the dean has been there all the time.
Yeah.
Here we are. Smila is here. Yeah. Okay. I am going to jump straight into it because we actually have 5 projects to review in the afternoon as opposed to the morning and the evening. So, Smila, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, you're in the right place now. No, I'm joking because Smila joined us by mistake this morning. Hello, everyone. So we have this afternoon, we have Smila Milovanovic. Is that correct?
Very good.
Wow, I got it. We have, who is of course a professor here at school. We have Dean Almi, who is also, you all know him. And we have Brian Bedrosian, who is a practicing architect here in Austin now, right?
That's correct.
They had a chance to read your bios. So I will take a moment just to introduce the studio. So we are going to be looking at Design 3 integration. This is the 2nd year studio that comes straight after foundation, after the first 2 semesters of foundation. This is a studio that used to be later in the sequence. Now it got brought back to 2nd year, which I think is really good. It's a basic introduction to the issue of integration and really helping the students understand how to deal with things, the basic fundamental aspects of architecture, from program through, spatial, formal articulation, construction materials, and structure to some degree. And the way the studio is structured is that we had a first short assignment in which they worked in teams of 2, analyzing an architect and really their creative attitude, their ways of working, and then focusing more thoroughly on one project, analyzing it and drawing it. And then the second assignment was, we called it extraction, was trying to extrapolate some of the rules from those projects and design as if they were one of those architects. They did that again in teams of 2. They were given a site which is actually just adjacent to the site that they're working on, that they worked on for this final project. And it was a semi-open community space for informal gatherings that they were supposed to design. So you will see those projects appearing in the final project as the neighbor that they were supposed to relate to, and that became kind of part of the urban fabric. In the third and final project, which was 6 months long, not months, not years, 6 weeks long, sorry, I'm on the wrong scale. So in this final project, they were asked to design a center for artists, for musicians in residence. The idea was to have a space that is a communal space for roughly 10 residents that would be there for a longer period of time to practice various skills, to practice together, to play, but also to be able to create a place for exchange between those musicians visiting Austin and the community. So there will be a public component to the program, which is a concert hall. All of them were also asked to interpret, to choose a specific type of a musician to work with and add to the programmatic brief something that is very that is unique to their own project. So you will see things popping up like a library or a greenhouse or something particular. The site is in West Austin, right after Mopac on Lake Austin Boulevard, close to the river. And I think that's all that you need to know really about the project. One thing I emphasize again is that because it's such an early studio, my attitude, my approach is not to impose any particular way of working. So I joke, saying that I don't prefer straight lines over curves, and I am fine with continuous and discrete. I really try to make sure that they express themselves to the best of their abilities and try to just accompany them and provide skills and tools for, both technical skills, but also tools for thought to kind of work through this project. So I think you will see a range of very different projects for this reason. And okay, so let's just, if you don't have any questions, anything that is unclear, or I can just jump into it. Okay, so we have 5 projects that actually worked next to 2 different neighbors. You will see first 2 projects that were that had to relate to Shimon Sutcliffe, or a project that was apparently designed by Shimon Sutcliffe, and 3 of them designed by Amateur. So we'll start with Marcelo. You can just jump in straight away, Marcelo. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm Marcelo Perez, and my project is the Patchwork Music Center. And so kind of like the 3 main influences that kind of decided my project were the musician, the extra flexible space, and the site and the neighbor. And so starting with the musician.
Marcelo, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There is some strange squares on your screen. Do you want to stop and share again? I don't know if I'm the only one to see that.
Yeah, it was showing.
Yeah, you also could see that. Yeah.
Yep. Is it still showing up?
Yep.
Yeah. Try to click back and forth just to see what happens.
Let me see. Can you see this?
Yeah, but
we can see it, but we still see those squares.
Is it like this back here?
No, it's to the right of it and above it.
Yeah, I think it's your windows. It's like here and here. Sorry.
Let me try. Sorry, I don't know what it is.
That's fine. Don't worry. Just maybe try to move your icons out of the screen, like if you have any open windows.
Okay. Can you still see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think they're from Zoom.
I mean,
So
we
try closing the windows.
now it's even more covered.
Yeah. Okay. Do you? Let me see something.
That's strange. It's never happened before. So. Shall we start with Daniel and you try to figure it out? Or... Yeah. Okay, Daniel, jump in.
Well, I think like what Justine was saying is like it's like you're like Zoom like do you know we're talking about like the Zoom like it's like all like other people's faces and like the Zoom links are showing and like they won't.
You can
show,
see that?
Oh, we can't see it. We can just see like dashed lines or like blocks. So I don't know how you'd like move like your Zoom thing out of the way. I just like giving like heads up.
Okay.
Now it's straight in the middle.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. No, wait, it's working.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, awesome. Thanks,
Okay,
Daniel. That was
cool,
very
thank
helpful. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, anyways, so the musician that I picked, I was kind of interested in this idea of like a bedroom musician, as in like they kind of are self-taught. It's not really classical training. And it's just people that kind of taught themselves in their bedroom or their garage. And that's kind of what ended up pushing me to like combine the living spaces with the studio spaces. And then for the flexible space, I wanted to do like a record and magazine store. I was really just like, I really liked the like the collaging effect that they use pretty often. And I'm trying to kind of do something similar in the form, like a 3D sort of collaging with the overlapping of different volumes. And then here, kind of the context of the site, this is Lake Austin and this is Hearn Street. And then right here is the neighbor, the Shim and Sutcliffe project. So I tried to respond to that kind of by having like a similar terracing sort of effect in my project. And also here I kind of divided the public in the front from the private residences in the back. And in both of them, you can kind of see what I was trying to go for with the 3D collage effect. And then here in the east elevation, this is from Hearn Street. You can see how the site itself is actually sloped. So that is kind of responding to that, with the public being more on the accessible street level, the more busy street of Lake Austin, and then the private space is elevated in the back. And then here, the section, this cuts through the auditorium, which is actually underground. So here you can see that it's kind of open up to the street on the top right here. And then on top of it, it's also cutting through the record store. So there's kind of like a terracing effect that I was going for, with them kind of coming up to the main entrance and then coming down into the auditorium or going up into the record store. And then you can start to see in the residences as well that the ground level is kind of the living space, and then you go up into the bedroom and down into the studio here. And I tried to do a similar sort of just like language in this buried studio and the buried auditorium, just with the way it opens up. Here in the south elevation, this is the public facade from Lake Austin. And here I just wanted to like showcase again kind of the staggering of the different volumes. And then cutting through the public section, you can more clearly see what I was mentioning earlier with the split level going from the ticketing coffee shop area up here down into the auditorium, or you can go up along the outside over to the courtyard and the record space over here. And I also wanted to kind of start to show how the overlapping of volumes defined a lot of the interior space. So this is actually the office, and this kind of overlaps with the record store, and it makes this seating area right here. And then this block right here was the stair unit, and the top of that kind of created the elevated, the counter space where you would purchase your record or magazine or whatever. And then going into the plans, this is just the bird's eye plan. And so we start at the auditorium level, which is obviously underground. And then you go up into the entrance level. And so you can see how this point of entrance is the one that connects to the sidewalk. And then you kind of go down in here. These are the public restrooms, the elevator, and the counter. And then you also see the studio that's also buried in the back. Here is the main courtyard level. So that's up these stairs, you're over here. You have access to the office and the record store. And then in the residences, you have the main lobby right here that can lead off into a private courtyard for these units, or you go up through the stairs into the second level residences and then the third. And so you can see that there's kind of a difference in the layout, and that's because the units themselves, I started with the stacking of the two units with the lower and the upper, and they're kind of the inverse of each other. So in the lower studios, the basement acts as the studio space, and then in the upper ones, it's lofted. And it kind of creates like the same, both studios having the similar, the windows up by the roof. And it kind of is like a smaller version of what the public space is doing with the initial entrance space and then splitting off into the different programs. And then here going into the renders, you can see how the different units are arranged next to each other. They're kind of staggered. So in the back, they line up along the angle, but it just creates a staggering effect here. And then I had to pull these up to make room for the lobby for the residences. And then here I have the auditorium exterior from the street. And you can just kind of start to see how it's like suggesting the relationship with the city and the actual auditorium. And here the view from the inside. I've added like, I started with the stepping motion here, and then I kind of cut out these platforms that were sunken in that are more of like a free space. It can be standing or laying or sitting, just a more flexible area as opposed to just the benches of the seating. And then here, the main entrance, this is the ticketing coffee shop area. And this site leading up to the courtyard level, I tried to do kind of the inverse of the auditorium with, instead of the platforms coming in, the planters are kind of coming up and just breaking up the space. And then here I've got the main residence entrance. this leads into the shared community kitchen and the lounging area. You can see the articulation of the stairs along the side. And then you also have the option to go to the public courtyard or the private courtyard right here. And so this is the residence courtyard. I wanted to be really kind of personal and enclosed because it is for a smaller scale. It's just for these residences right here, as opposed to the public one, which is the one that's really activating the city. This is like open throughout the day, and there's a stage for performing right here. And then it has access to the record store, and yeah, and I just wanted this to be kind of a free space to be used kind of for the whole city as opposed to the more private one. And yeah, that's what I have.
Thank you, Marcelo. We have 10 minutes for comments, so I don't know who wants to jump in first. I will stay out of the conversation since I've said a lot this semester already.
I'll just ask a quick question. Marcelo, you mentioned that the bedroom art or bedroom musician was a big influence on the creation of the space. Can you talk about that just real briefly?
Yeah, so kind of I've never really, from the beginning, I didn't really gravitate towards like a classically trained musician, like any sort of orchestra type music. I was more interested just by kind of the attitude that these types of musicians have, where it's more it's like young artists that are having to make do with what they have, and it's really sort of a do-it-yourself type of idea. And that just kind of to me, that's just a lot more compelling than the traditional sort of musician. And that is kind of what influenced the individual living residences, with having the studio have a direct access to the living space as opposed to it being like in completely different buildings.
Stella, what are the materials that you're using? What are you thinking? The renderings that we saw, what would that be? It's just the sense of the material it is.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
Yeah, Smila, your volume is very low. Maybe it's
Let me try to turn it. Can you hear me now?
a bit better, yeah.
Much better, yes.
Yeah, I was asking about materials that you're thinking about using that we saw in exterior. What is that?
Yeah, so for the material, I'd wanted it to be kind of I wanted it to be like stucco throughout the whole thing, and then kind of just different colors in the different volumes. So just the same material, but kind of differentiating with that slightly different shades and hues.
So would it be stuccoed, or?
Yeah,
I
it
think
would be
that's
stuccoed.
what, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of intrigued by the idea of the patchwork nature of what you were working with, and the idea of the somewhat more informal nature of the musician that you were trying to focus on. And I appreciate the fact that you've tried to make that patchwork, or what was the other word you used? The like assemblage of the different elements kind of on a page together. And I like the fact that that comes through a bit spatially. In some ways, I wish that the spatial collisions of these different elements was a little bit more intentional is not the word I'm looking for, but I think a little bit more compelling. For instance, like you talk about the office overlaying the auditorium. I think it's really interesting to have those layered spaces. In some ways, I wish they were more like I'm not sure that anybody is actually aware of that layering when they're in either of those spaces.
Okay.
But I think it would be really intriguing if they were, you know, even if it was, for instance, one of the residences kind of poked into the auditorium and had this kind of perverse window into that world, where suddenly there are some intimacies that you're creating that are based on more of kind of a cut and paste type of artistic expression, where sometimes you have something very formal next to something very informal. And that moment where those two things are allowed to integrate, which it seems like you're playing with some of the courtyards and how the studios overlap and integrate into their kind of the formal versus the informal, you know, even to the point of where you have that private courtyard, almost this idea that if somebody's playing music out there, I can hear that from the more public courtyard.
Yeah.
Right. That you're creating this kind of voyeuristic experience. I would push it more. Like, I think this gets more interesting the more these collisions kind of push into each other in ways that maybe are a little tiny bit inappropriate or a little bit odd. And I think musicians are a little bit more accustomed to that, to some things that are a little bit more out of the ordinary, you know, as artists. I think they're, you know, I think of people living in crazy small spaces in large cities that, you know, the rest of us would find uninhabitable. I think that forcing them into that world of being a little bit more, you know, creating that space for themselves. But I think that's where you were headed. And I do commend you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you show us the other section? You're showing the transverse. Take it to the.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I thought that was interesting about your project because you talked about collage, and I have understood that collage in the way that you were overlapping things and interlocking them. And so then the question comes to what Brian was talking about, is how to really play up the notion of this overlap and what happens in the space in between. And that's what you're having in your, I was just looking at the way that you stack the spaces. You're making the overlap. Let me see if I can put you on it from there.
Oh, sorry. I think you got a bit quieter towards the end.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about overlap that you have in spaces, like one space looking down into this one here. I see that strategy going on throughout the project, and I thought that was really good. But I would,
Thank you.
As Brian had said, I think I would really play that up and go crazy. Do you play any musical instrument? Do you play anything?
I don't know.
Okay. No, I was just wondering. But I would push that. And then, so when you have those overlaps with the things that are above, was this a record store? Was that a store up here?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so whether that could also overlap and being able to even perhaps have a window into the auditorium, that you have the intersection in between. So I think you're heading the right direction. I think you've used the collage and the overlap to sort of drive your relationships of pretty complex program that you have. And I would just really be very conscious of that and go wilder. I think it's okay to do things that are sort of out of ordinary, and don't be afraid to make bigger and crazier moves to support your thesis.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
Just to add a couple things to that, I think the whole discussion about programmatic congestion is an interesting one, in the sort of Koolhaas sense of being in one program and seeing what's going on in another program and creating a kind of urbanism out of the juxtaposition of all these programs, certain simultaneity of all these programs, which I think is pretty interesting. I think the idea of the program is pretty interesting. Certainly in places like Austin, there are places in South Austin where there are like little courtyards lined with bungalows where musicians live in real life. because it's what they can afford. So there is that sort of interesting question about who gets to live here. Are they in fact budding musicians? Are the units less conventional and more able to be colonized in all kinds of different ways in different groups in order to create a kind of, Laurel Canyon world, in which all of this stuff sort of happens. I think all that's pretty interesting. A technical issue, which I'm going to bring up, not because of the technical issue, but because I think there's some opportunities, which is you have to have 2 stairways to get down from that housing, right? And the reason I say that is...
Sorry, just to kind of, in defense of Marcelo, we assume that it will be 1 because there's just 10 units. So is that limit when in a project like that, it seems like you could just have 1 because it's less than 10 units?
I'm not sure about that, but in any case, it's not so much that I care whether you have another stair. It's more that the stair is treated as a kind of fire stair, like isolated condition. And I wonder whether, there isn't the opportunity to start, actually even beginning to sort of do interesting things somewhere that start sort of using the sort of movement vertically across these layers to try to tie some of these spaces and programs together. I mean, for me, the least satisfying part of the project are the balconies, which are kind of like access balconies into the units. I think they could also be social places, social spaces, So I think sort of where I think the project is more successful is when the spaces transcend their sort of functional description, and then they start to become other sort of social or incubators for other kinds of social conditions. And I think the ability to really create, this world in here in which all of these things are sort of participating in various ways is really the strength of the whole project for me. So that's the part I would like to see more kind of amped up a little bit. I mean, you wouldn't even hurt my feelings, frankly. I don't know whether I guess you had a 10 unit program, is that right?
Yeah, that's what it's just for 10 people. Yeah.
So it could have supported even more, I think. I just am curious though, this is a different side. What is it about Shim Sutcliffe that influenced you? Anything? Or is it just like, I need a building to go there?
So that one, we actually don't pick it. It was based on the last project.
Okay.
Yeah. So they were given that condition, depending on what they studied previously.
Right.
Thank you for the comments. I think you got, Marcelo, really, the comments are spot on, and I'm really happy that this thing of the collage and mixing surface to kind of the center of the conversation. I do agree that it would be really interesting to see how that could be pushed and how we could create even more daring juxtapositions. And I think many of the comments kind of revolved around that, but I do think that you have a really solid and really well-developed project in which there are many very interesting events happening. So I wanted to commend you on a really, really great progress, continuous progress throughout the semester. Great work. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, Daniel. Let's see some curves.
I got some for you, for sure.
Curves are very difficult, I warn you.
Yes, I can definitely vouch. Okay, can we see my screen? There's no like squares or anything like that? All good?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, great. Okay. My name is Daniel Clooney, and here's my final presentation. Maybe. Okay, so here's just a short little building summary. From the start, I wanted to create a structure that displayed the way music moves us, both physically and emotionally. My design process was mainly focused on fluid light circulation and the creation of space through the connection and separation of circles. The building is an expression of music and how we, as developing architects, can use simplistic forms to create a space where you can express yourself as an artist or simply escape reality. And so here is Retro Residence. So as far as my music portrait, these are kind of the people who I see occupying this space. It's the musicians that I listen to. A very keep Austin weird vibe, very different forms of people, but mainly using the electronic forms of music, not very classical. It's very alternative and like rock and like mainly electronic, and they'll play a big role in my concert space. So here is my site portrait. Here is like the more exterior view as you've seen in Marcelo's project, showing like the location with the Lake Austin Boulevard, and kind of zooming into those like locations, as well as my neighbor with that Shim and Sutcliffe architect. And then here are just some of like the images of the site. This is like from the front, the side, and then from the back as well, just kind of get like a basis of what's happening with lots of vegetation. But there's not too much to work around, but definitely has potential. Next, it's kind of like a more larger version of that site plan. Here I'm showing you how like I relate to my neighbor. One of the main things in their project was this wall to block off both sound and create like a different facade treatment. So we're using this wall to create a more outdoor concert space, and kind of like morphing with this. So we're kind of like connecting the two buildings instead of establishing two different buildings, kind of like connection to flow, as well as like continuing vegetation as well as just creating like a space with like linear curves. So here is the exterior view of my building. This is a bird's eye view. It's a very different type of building. It has lots of forms and like shifting between layers, as well as the different regularities of like circular forms and the connections between those. As you can see, it's also a different kind of facade treatment between these windows, and kind of just like establishing more windows in public spaces, and then the individual units more like a shifting of windows and kind of like different forms of space to program. Here is the sectional action metric. So as you can see, this is the front of the building and how you enter into the space, as well as this is an elevator right here, just to establish that, and how you're walking up into the space, into this concert area. I did want a circular concert space because my musicians are able to do that. They're able, like, it's maximizing the area of that space, because you want, like, if you're in a concert, you want to be up against the stage. I know, like, in every concert I go to, it's like bouncing up and down, like jumping up and down, like up to that stage area. So that's one of the main things I really wanted to focus on. And here's like an underground transportation of how to get to that stage area for the musicians. And kind of like that was a big factor in my process as well. So now we're gonna go straight into my plan views. Here's the first floor level. And this is how they access from like the resident to enter into that underground transportation space and move up to that concert level. This is the, right here is gonna be the stairway, just like kind of generic stair that goes all the way up to like access every floor level for a fire escape. And then kind of like coffee shop area. And it's also like this coffee shop is important just like to show like kind of the connection between those two buildings, and which can be used for the public, and as well as public restrooms, kind of thinking about that area as well. Next, we're gonna go to the second floor level as we continue that flowation of curves. This kind of like the individual units. It's a very different way of thinking about space. I'm kind of like trying to redefine the way that we envision a room, not just rectangular or square forms, kind of creating pockets to establish those. And we'll talk about those later as well. Next, we can go into the next building, which is very similar. However, it does create like different forms of circulation, as well as different ways in which program can be used. It's kind of like how you move like with music. It's very curvilinear and like very like you flow into the space rather than walking a straight line to it. And then here's also that concert space as well, showing like the center stage and kind of occupying that. The next level, so this is gonna be the fourth level. This is mainly composed of the individual units as well as the common gathering space. The common gathering space is more for like musicians to like kind of work on their music, like on computers, study, do work, and stuff like that. As you can see, it's like a very large area, but we're kind of creating like a space through negative spaces, like creating like the space through these individual units. And I'll go into like further as well. And this is going to be the last floor level. So here's like my space of choice. I chose to do like a cinema space, a place where you can like show music videos and like kind of design the music that you're creating and play it. This is really the only like really flat wall that I have in my project, and it's because of that program, is to show like the music videos and kind of like work with that as well. and kind of just like the way of like different like ways of sliding and stuff like that. So here I wanted to show kind of all my floors together on one page, kind of just showing like the differences between them, but also the connection of those curves and how the structure flows with those. And then next we'll go. So here's how I created these spaces. I was focusing on like pockets, like we were given a certain square footage of a room and a studio to combine those spaces, like a room and a studio. And then instead of doing like a rectangular form of that space, I did a circle, divided like the bedroom space into different circles and connected those with tangent curves. And then kind of like formation of these and then creating these like negative spaces between these individual units that can be occupied. And then here on the right side, I also like shifted the units vertically and horizontally to accommodate different things. This is kind of more of a basic unit. This is a rather like light focused unit where I raise at the top where light can enter into the space. And this is more of a circulation unit where I had to kind of compensate the space and shifting to like allow more circulation to flow because I didn't have enough space. But one of the main things, the funnier things that I would show my friends this project and say like, what do you think of this building? And they would say, it's really cool building, Daniel, but like, how in the hell are we gonna live in here? Like, there's no way, I've never seen this before in my entire life. Like, how are you gonna like live in these spaces? But there's like many spaces, like many apartment buildings, like come with furnished buildings, furnished like furniture. So we can just accommodate that building and kind of create furniture that does flow with the structure and kind of like this common gathering space, as you can see, like creating like benches that flow with the walls and then using like circular like tables and circular and then kind of continuing that continuation. Next, we're going to show like my sectional view. This kind of just like displays like the symmetry of my building from the front facade, but also like breaking the symmetry with like different types of the different window fenestrations, as well as like this stairway that I had to use, and also like the ramp for like wheelchair accessible into the building. Next, here's like a circulation diagram. Right here on the left is like a exploded circulation, kind of like showing the dashed line showing vertical, and then the solid line showing like horizontal. The blue representing like exterior to interior, and the red showing like the interior space and circulation between those. And it kind of just shows like different ways in which you can occupy the space, as well as like different flow between those. Here's another sectional view. So this is going to be that like longer side. It's going to show like the form of how to enter into that space, as well as different ways to occupy this space and kind of like creating this like shifting between the units. One of the main things like in my mid review that I had to change was my building was very lofted on kind of like one like dimension, but we kind of wanted to create these like little like exterior pockets that created like a more interesting facade, which I thought was like a great idea and one thing I really went with. Here's just kind of a front facade view elevation. This kind of just shows like the representation of those windows and how light can enter into the space. And I shifted these windows to accommodate certain functions, kind of like if there was like kitchen tables or like bedroom spaces, I didn't want them to be like at that lower level. So I kind of raised them up where those like elevations were at. And then here is my second elevation view. This is again from that longer side, kind of seeing that ramp and the flow of the site into the building, as well as this access to the concert space over here. And then kind of creating this like, this is the coffee shop area and the administration, and having a lot of light entering into that space to be more public. That's kind of like the difference between like the studio and stuff like that. If I move into this is kind of the structural system. This is how I created the, like those like pockets for like light to enter, this facade treatment through like circular tubes, and as well as a structural system of H-beams that kind of creates like a mullion. And then kind of creating those two and creating this grid system that wraps around the structure. Here's just kind of the next few images are more of like a light study of how the light enters the space, which I think can be very beautiful and very aesthetically pleasing as well. Here's just kind of a view from that into that first entrance view, kind of showing as well as like square light. You can also have like rectangular light that flows into the space. Here's another interior view. This kind of shows right here on the third floor level how you enter into those studio spaces, and kind of like you're flowing with them as well, and kind of like you're moving with the space. And then here's like my last slide of my presentation. This kind of just shows like another exterior view, kind of like a shifted view, and kind of considering like materials. I consider like the beams and structural system to be steel, and kind of creating this like series of steel beams, but then with the units kind of doing white stucco, but then like with the more like concert space doing like concrete, and kind of creating this like monochromatic kind of scheme, as well as like concrete right here, and kind of creating this like a beautiful like white gray facade. I did have like a lot of fun with this building. It was a lot of fun like working with Professor Jaeschke, kind of describing these spaces. Definitely I learned extreme amounts of like circular forms and how like to shift those as well and kind of create different spaces. But I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel.
Daniel, I have the first question is, how did the idea of the circle come about? You've never told us, didn't convince us that, you know, did you find it? Did you invent it? And then tell me, what are the strategies that you employed of what properties of the circle do you use? How do you decide how many circles, how far away? How do they talk to each other?
Gotcha. Okay, no problem. Okay, so the first like reason like why I got the circles is like our first assignment was kind of like to establish like the space, like how much square footage we had for each, like the unit, the bedroom, the restrooms, the coffee space. So instead of designing those spaces into rectangles, I tried to do those like, well, I'll try circles and then kind of go with that. And then I broke up like those circles, like in the individual units, and then created like tangent circles to those circles, and then deleted like the exterior part and created that like connection between the two, and then kind of creating and then doing it again with the individual units, creating those spaces, and then it kind of creates this like very fluid form, but then also kind of breaking it with these like walls to kind of create a more interesting kind of space. Does that kind of answer your question of how I got to that circles?
Sort of.
Okay. What did I not tell me? What
I was looking for when you said circle, then I was thinking, okay, great. What is about circle that can drive all of this? What is the order of the circle? What is the geometry? And that's where I ask you how you actually relate these two things, because the circle has radius. The center is really critical, and then it's got 360 points around. And so it's sort of in continuous motion. So there's a geometry to each of those circles. You know, where's the center? How do you then aggregate that? Because I think so these are the kind of structural questions and theoretical questions that you need to sort of answer and see because for example, your circles are always just meeting tangentially, but they don't intersect. And I think the strongest part of your project are your sections. I really liked of what is actually happening when you start to shift them. This one, for example, what happens when you take those layers? But just what I would ask for is the sort of a clear strategy of what are the properties of the circle and how you can use that to construct the rest. Because there were a lot of decisions that you had to make from the first sheet. Is how many circles, what are their size, how do they overlap, how are their radii relating to each other. You know, the interesting shape that is derived from the circle is actually two circles, the ellipse, because if you look at the geometry of the ellipse, that it actually came from two circles where the centers are adjusted in such a way to allow for the shape. So I think that, to me, that would have been a real challenge to how to address the geometry. And as I said, I think the most exciting thing that I see in your project is what is going on sectionally, what happens when you have these different layers. And then when you look at a section, if you can then begin to see how far can I push one drum over the other, and how does that all stack? Because I think that can give you a lot of spatial possibilities, which you're hinting in this section, but could have really just taken off, say, okay, I'm going to make something really crazy with this very, very difficult, as I'm sure you realize how difficult circle is. You have to realize what it's made out of and then get it and figure out of how you have to be in control of that circle by geometry.
Yeah, I mean, I This is a very well developed project, and I commend you with the amount of work that you were able to get out in this time period. I think you're of course talking to a bunch of architects who have fully embraced rectilinear buildings, understand a circle is a very special thing. So I'm going to avoid talking about the expense of this structure since this is school and you're supposed to just go, sky's the limit. So I applaud you for that. I think my comment would be that because it's all circles, I feel like to a certain degree, some of the specialness of any one of them is lost. Like the fact that everything is curved means that all the curves have effectively the same weight. To that degree, I'm left with the suggestion that some of the kind of interstitial spaces that you've talked about, these little leftover gaps in between the circles, in my mind are some of the more interesting areas, especially in the common spaces where you start to have places where people can find a space in what would otherwise be, entirely public. Can you go to the plan of your residences when you were placating your roommates and friends with how you would live in this space? So I think for me, one of the things looking at this is it feels like we're still trying to push a normal life into a circular life. Like it feels like I want this to be more weird.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like it has a door, it has a bedroom, it has a bathroom, it has a kitchen. Like it has all the things we have. There's nothing else about this structure that suggests that this is normal, right? And I believe that the musicians that you're being influenced by, I think the suggestion is that they're living a bit outside of the norm anyway. And I think in a similar comment to your predecessor, I would push it. Like maybe the whole floor is a bed, right? Or there's something perverse about these spaces. Because I think when Smelia talks about the center, that's entirely important. If I walk into a circular bedroom and there's a rectangular bed sitting in there, it's kind of like, oh, well, that's just a normal bed. Like I wanted like an Austin Powers bed. Like where's my rotating cool thing happening? I think I would push those moments and also suggest like it doesn't make sense that each residence is this accumulation of little spaces. Or does the project get better if you simplify the residences into a more of a single form so that the moment we get all of these kind of scallop shapes is really in those public spaces?
Okay, gotcha.
When I get down to the more public areas, specifically the auditorium, it's round, and I have a round stage in the middle, right? I think of a musician who kind of plays a stage as somebody more in the acoustic trend than somebody who's got a wall of amplifiers behind them that are very much not circular. How does that auditorium respond to a musician who is entirely electronic?
So like I kind of see like what I envisioned in my head was kind of like more of like a DJ set like wrapped around that center stage and kind of like you're like moving like back and forth and like moving between that like center. I'm like moving around like a DJ, but like in that center space and like kind of like dancing like the DJ's like able to like jump around and like move and like see like lots of more people and kind of stuff like that. That's just kind of like what I kind of saw like somebody electronically that kind of you're able to move around. You're not like stuck in one space like playing a violin. You're all over the place. Working with like everybody that's around you and like it's like a very alive concert space.
Okay, I mean I appreciate that. I think that's probably a pretty cool thing. It looks like your stair access leads to some problems just with, is there a trap door in the floor that they pop out of? Pretty cool. There could be an elevator. This is school. Once again, you got a building covered in circles. Why not add another elevator?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
You're just
it works. I think whatever it does. I think it's either elevator or stairs.
Dean, any final? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And one final comment. Can you go to? I think it was an exterior elevation.
Was it the bird's eye view, or was it like the more?
It was more conventional elevations, just the projections. And I'll let Dean take over from here. Oh, go back one, two, next one.
I think you've missed the colors.
Is this the entrance where I see that little person?
Yes.
One up at the top right, or
right here.
That is the saddest entrance into a round building I've ever seen. Everything about this is off the hook, and that door is like, there's a door.
You don't want to.
It's your fire access, right?
Can you not flow through a 2'8" by 6'8" panel wise?
Yeah, Oh, wait, man. I was like, my bad. I was like, somebody has to get out of here. I was like, I have to figure out a way to get out.
We have to move on, but I don't know, Dean, do you have any comments?
I think the comments have been made. The only thing I would say is to reiterate, I think where Smilia was going, which is that your tendency of using circles is to disjoin them from each other. And I think if you look at the work of people like Guarino Guarini, or some of the sort of Baroque architects that look at creating hierarchies of spaces using different scales of geometries that are more nested, I think you would find yourself with the ability to be a little bit looser in the way you start to construct sort of enclosures, spatial enclosures within the project.
Gotcha.
Thank you. I think Daniel was really fascinated by symmetry and repetition as well. And that's where some of, those maybe comments, criticisms come from. But anyway, I think this is a really courageous project. And I had a lot of fun working with you on it. And I really admired how you just persisted in this idea that, this desire to explore that. And I think that's a great thing to do at school, that you have an idea and a desire to explore a certain issue and you just push it to its limits. And you could have pushed it even further. And trust me, Brian, if you had seen these units in the beginning, they were way more square than they are now. So anyway,
I will say, I'm not
Yeah.
convinced that electronic music and classical music is that far apart from each other.
I know. Yeah, listen to some Neil Frams. Anyway, great. Thank you, Daniel. Let's move on to Rosalina.
Yeah. All right, so let me quickly. So my name is Rosalina Gaspar, and mine's a little bit more subdued. No curves here. So I actually decided to go the opposite route. So I wanted to focus more on classical musicians. Actually, my roommate is a classical musician. She plays the clarinet. So a lot of the information, because I don't play an instrument, I dance, I do something else. So a lot of the information that I had kind of just right next door or right next to me was just more classical musicians and based. And so another thing I really noticed, when moving or when going to that site, when we visited it, I noticed that a lot of the buildings and even there was a research area dedicated to UT students. So one of the main users that I have intended personally would be UT students. They may be grad students or upperclassmen, or even maybe the musician in Austin that may just want to get away for a moment and practice somewhere else. Okay, so I think you've already seen this already. So this is just the general site plan of Austin and what's around it. And this is just my site plan surrounding my design. Okay, so I did something a little different when looking at the site. What I wanted to do instead is just focus on some things of the site that I thought were really noteworthy. So when looking around there was so much vegetation that I think sometimes it goes just unnoticed if you don't pay attention to it. Well, if you don't focus on it. So when observing, this is all on Hearn Street. So all on this street, it was just a line of trees and bushes. And I thought that was very beautiful and something I really wanted to maybe incorporate in my project. There you go. So looking up into the front of the site, had a lot less vegetation close up, but something I did notice was far off in the distance, you would have these buildings that would almost appear like castles up in the distance. So that's another thing, maybe having a structure or balcony higher up so you can see further away, so you would be able to look past the buildings that were already in front. This is all on Lake Austin Boulevard. There you go. And so the last thing I really wanted to focus on was behind the site. There was this giant, beautiful tree that I really wanted to focus on because it almost reminded me of a tree of life-esque kind of tree. So it was so huge and it was just such a prominent image. And there was nothing blocking the way since it was all a parking lot. So even cars wouldn't be able to block this view. So my purpose, or what I really wanted to focus on, is that dichotomy between that interaction of public and privacy. So I just really wanted to focus on how do I integrate them, or how do I organize it in such a way, since it is located between in a corner where it aligns with two separate streets. So it has many instances where it's available to the public. So how do I create residencies to where they feel more private? And how do I incorporate all these beautiful sites? So something I just wanted to first, so this is my actual project and how I incorporated the different vegetation that I felt was very important to bring in. So here on this higher level, it's just kind of more of a balcony or area where people can easily get their coffee and chill and relax here. So this is all accessible by both the residents and anyone visiting the structure. And then here on this one, you can't see it as well. On another couple other slides, you'll be able to see it better, but this is a large staircase that will allow anyone to come on and witness all the vegetation that you'll be able to see here on this ground level. So my site, actually, I play on the site which goes up onto this higher level. So this area would be blocked off. So this staircase is mainly used to be able to witness all this vegetation. And then this back area is just full of glass, so that anyone who's standing in this location can easily view that big, beautiful tree. So something going on with what I mentioned before was, how do I create this privacy, or how do I organize it to have that balance between this privacy and this public area, since it is right next to a busy street at times. So here in my little diagram, what I intended to do was kind of show these layers of privacy. So this darker purple would represent the more visually public. So the areas that will be more visually available to people. So anyone passing by can easily look into these areas. Likewise, these are a little bit harder since they're higher up, but you could still look into these. These areas, however, since they're so high up, you won't be able to see it as well. And this area right here, because it is covered by my neighbor, which is Amateur Architecture Studios, by Anna and Abby, they created a solid wall. So any person up in this area would not be able to easily look into these compartments. And this area up here is all designated to residents' rooms. So it's all private. And so likewise, I also viewed the vertical room, the verticalities, and how the public and privacy plays into that. So this area over here has the corner streets. So it has Hearn Street and Lake Austin Boulevard. So this area over here would be the most viewed, the most easily viewed. So I wanted to designate that as the public space. So the space which is okay to be seen, or which you maybe want to be seen, or you want to look out. And so meanwhile, in this area here, the Amateur Architecture Studio neighbor and my project creates almost this pocket of privacy, which I really wanted to designate for the residents. And this area over here is just like the semi-public, semi-private. So this is just a diagram, just organizing myself. So my project is mainly divided into three main sections, which is the private spaces, the public spaces, and the performance hall. I viewed the performance hall as its own entity because it was one of the largest spaces. So I thought, well, this is one of the perfect spaces to show integration. So this is the space where both the residents and the public can interact, whether it's through viewing or through performing. So each individual section has their own designated programs. So say, for instance, the private spaces, they have their backstage, lobby and administration, practice rooms, circulation, gathering, and their private rooms. In the performance halls, I divided it so that it has two separate entrances, so that there's one for the audience and one for the performers. Likewise, and the public spaces, which is all divided between the circulation, the bathrooms, ticketing, a gallery of my choice, and a coffee station. So this is just a little bit of my actual model that I made. So it was a study model. It's very rough. So this was very early on. You don't see this anymore. I changed it a long time ago, not that long ago, but because I wanted to have this focus on egress and how someone that may be on a wheelchair will be able to access and not be separated completely far off into a separate entrance. So this ended up being extremely long winding, and I thought, well, maybe to make it easier, I can make my performance hall right there on the ground level, and it's easier to access by anyone and everyone. So going on to my my plan, so this is my ground plan. So the audience members will be able to access through the ground level. So they'll be able to enter through their entrance and into this seating area. So this seating area has a part which is actually sloped. So anyone who is disabled will be able to easily access it. It is ADA compliant. It doesn't go that high. And then has some stepped areas for anyone who prefers it. And then likewise, this area over here is the entrance for the residents. So any of the musicians, say if they have any large instruments that are on wheels, they can easily push it up a ramp and onto the stage. So this is the first level. So after that initial ground, so you resident or public members can also enter through the street. So this area is higher up, so they'll be able to access. So this is a small gallery space, and over here is the lobby and administration. So anyone who needs to come into the administration can easily enter through this area. However, there are two lifts here that designate between the resident lift, which is the larger one in case they have instruments, larger instruments, and the smaller lift, which is just for the public use. Here on this one, on this level, which is already the second level, so the level above, you already have this is the end of the grand staircase. The grand staircase is accessible from the previous level and ends on the next level. So this is where you get to view your beautiful sights on the side. And here are the restrooms and the coffee station. So likewise, the residents are here on the private section. So these are all the practice rooms. So these areas over here have windows. So, and because they're higher up, there's a level of privacy, yet at the same time, openness. So you can be seen, yet unseen, depending on the time of day or if it's full or not. And the residents will also have access to any of the coffee station and restrooms whenever they need it. And so these are the, oh no. I guess I messed up at some point. This is supposed to be over here.
It's okay, don't worry.
Keep going.
So these are the units. So these middle units right here are all locked. So these are 8 units in total. These appear smaller on this side. However, they interlock. I'm gonna go ahead and move back and forth with these next two. And they create these kind of interlocking units. So where one starts smaller at the bottom and larger at the top, and the other one larger at the bottom and smaller at the top. And likewise, there are these 2 units at the end, which are both ADA compliant. So anyone can easily access them through the lift, or in case maybe they're not being used by anyone that needs it, can easily be used by anyone else through access upstairs, which we're not at it either. So there's that easy access as well. Let's see. And this is just my roof plan. So for my roof plan, I decided to add skylights because these units over here on this side wouldn't have access to the windows, because I deliberately wanted this side to be solid so that anyone viewing from that public viewpoint wouldn't be able to look into these areas. Moving on.
You should be wrapping up, Rosalina.
Sounds good. So this is just
we can read a plan. Just tell us about your ideas.
Okay, sounds good. So this is just a section drawing, just how it's all divided up. Again, another section drawing, you can just kind of see the different levels and everything kind of aligns together. Oh, and then here you can get a better viewpoint on the stage itself. So the stage is actually stepped. So there's different levels and the seating area. So this is just an elevation from one side where the grand staircase is. So you can kind of see where it is above the ground level. So you can easily see where all that vegetation is, since it is at the ground level. And so this is from the opposite side, an opposite side view of the elevation. So just kind of showing the windows and where they would be placed. So going from all the rooms and even stretching down onto the practice rooms. And so I wanted to use this one. This in here is the same view. However, I included my neighbor to show kind of that relation that I had with them. And so this is just my sectional axonometrics. It's kind of like extra to show. And just some final renders that I wanted to show on where you would be standing and what you would see. So you'd be able to see that beautiful tree in the back and this beautiful vegetation on the side. And finally, I just wanted to end it with my performance hall.
Thank you, Rosalina.
Rosalina, the grand staircase, can you remind us, what does that lead to?
Yeah, of course. So essentially it goes from the gallery space. So this is all the street access all the way up to this second level. So it's right above the stage.
And on that second level, there are bathrooms and the coffee shop. Is that correct?
Yes, I wanted to put food and bathroom together. So my idea here is to potentially have almost a gallery walk. So essentially having, since it's so large, having statues being placed around these flat areas.
So, you know,
go ahead, Dean.
I'm just going to jump in and make one kind of set of issues. I like the idea that you recognize that tree. You know, not all trees are all that wonderful. That one actually is pretty nice. And that you're sort of trying to make a site relationship out of it, right? Which I think is pretty interesting. And therefore, you kind of set up the main, for me, I guess you really have two main entrances to your project. You have one from an upper level and one from a lower level, right? Yeah. All right, so I like very much, although I'm not sure it's totally worked out in section and all this, the idea that from let's call it the neighborhood side, you have that sort of really amazing tree, and then you have this, and whether or not that becomes a social space in there for performances or not, I don't know. The stair could be used as a stage, you know, as an infrastructure for that. I like the idea that you come up this stair. The stair is really big, wide. Presumably it's for more than just getting up to that level, like it's actually potentially a social place as well. The problem with it, of course, is you get to the top and then you kind of fall off the edge, right? Like lemmings, you know? So there's a scale issue there in terms of how that stair and that terrace that stair leads you to work. And then there's the issue of the theater where you enter underneath that stair and you come into the theater and the theater slopes. Not very much, but I wonder whether or not there is a way that you could begin to kind of try to knit some of these things together, right? So, you know, for example, you know, I don't know, maybe you have an upper level and then there's this sort of stair from the upper level and it gets you to a terrace, and there's something about entering underneath and sort of coming up to some other level, right? And then maybe you come around the terrace, and then maybe the housing / performances have some sort of atrium space that allows you to move up even farther. Like, I wish that the sequences of space, inside, outside, as you begin to kind of move through all of this, were more interconnected and more sequential and more part of a set of sequences. And, you know, I know you're really concerned about ADA, but I do think that there are ways of dealing with those issues. I don't think those are the architectural issues. I think for me, the architectural issues is how are you using the section across all the components of the project to really tie all of this thing together as a piece of architecture.
I mean, I would agree very much with Dean's comments. I think that I applaud that you've taken something that's off-site and made it a focus of what's on site. I think there's the very interesting aspect to that. I think that my sense is I want you to edit more out. Like, my fear is that coming up the stair, instead of focusing on the tree or on the distant view, there's so much else going on in that part of the city, cars driving by, the buildings around, the other businesses in the area. And I think that using the stair, perhaps some of the programmatic elements and the stair together to try to edit it out and create more of a focused experience where suddenly you come to a level, say on your staircase, and instead of it being open entirely on one side, I come to a place where suddenly I'm aware of a building downtown or a building across the lake or something that I would never normally be aware of, and celebrate that moment as part of that circulation. And I think related to that, you have a very, very large stair that leads I like a bit of the perversity that grand staircase effectively leads nowhere. It leads to a bathroom. I kind of like that. I kind of like the idea that I've climbed this entire mountain and I got up there and there's no view and there's nothing to see, and here I sit.
And you have to fit through the door.
That's right.
That's what we're looking for.
It's more about the journey than the destination, right? I mean, I think there's something interesting in all that. And to the point, literally, I think the staircase is far more interesting than the balcony that it leads to, right? The balcony is just this space above another space. I think the staircase is much more dynamic in that process.
Definitely. I didn't know how to portray this. I mentioned earlier the buildings that you could see far off. I didn't know how to render that or how to display that.
Well, I think, for me, it's one of those moments too, where if I have a client who wants to look at a specific mountain in a distance, and I give them an entire wall of windows that captures that mountain and also the highway and the railroad bridge and the city in the distance, suddenly it's no longer about the mountain. It's just about the entirety of that view. I think focusing on certain things or possibly creating an architectural device that helps to edit, or it might be about the panorama. I mean, that's really yours to make a decision of, but right now it's less about that thing. It's less about that particular thing. And the language you've given is more about, here's just everything in front of us. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think that I agree with Dean. I think that there's something about that as the strong architectural element that just needs to get imbued in the entire thing, right? Like, yeah. I'm less interested in the stairs inside the units insofar as the units are more about stairs than they are about the unit themselves. But perhaps that's part of it. Maybe the unit is this stepped thing also, right? Maybe all the units in this perverse way kind of make use of this stepping thing where I have to encounter a change in grade and a change of experience every time I move from one room to another. Anyway, I've made a lot of comments about pushing things to the perverse here, and I think
That's great.
I long to be in school again. But,
okay.
Anyway, nice work.
Really quick comment. As you're leaving this image in front of us, what I got really excited about and saw the solution to yours, what do I do with the small terrace from the stairs? I'm seeing this as an opportunity for a number of outdoor performing spaces so that you can actually come up, you can perform underneath the stairs and you're part of the street. Then you can go up the stairs, and then I would make that terrace be part of it, that you actually come across. And during South by Southwest, all those rooftops, all the possible spaces are used for performance, and you can really engage the surroundings the way you're engaging the tree. You conceptually, you can actually engage everything that is outside and create a series of new opportunities. I would look at that, and then also having where your auditorium is located. I mean, you could also think about that can be opened up at some point where the walls are folded, and that really is part of the city. And that's how you invite not the trees, but you invite people which are the trees that are moving around. Yeah. The nature is out there. An interesting project to actually look at and see how the auditorium seating is used for different type of performances that are outside. It's Renzo Piano Musica project in Rome, where he had designed sort of these three little auditoriums that are all seated, but they're connected with outdoor seating amphitheaters. So as you have performance inside, you can also have the performance outside where collectively gathers others. So that sort of reciprocity that I think your accent is giving me ideas about how can you engage the city.
Thank you. You want to respond, Rosalina, quickly?
I just thought that was really incredible ideas, like looking at what the possibility is, seeing what I have here is this is all open to the sky, is having that possibility of maybe removing these like individual panels for that much more openness. I was just like trying to see how it could be incorporated. That I really like the idea. It's really, oh, thank you so much.
Architecture never ends.
Exactly, it never ends. And the great thing about having finally a final presentation is that you can see how you could reopen it again. Thank you so much. I keep on repeating myself, but I just wanted to say that Rosalina, you've made so much progress. You would not believe where this project was 10 days ago. So if certain ideas are not quite resolved, it's because we've run out of time. But I think what Dean was talking about, that continuity of those flows, is really what you were after, and it somehow got broken at some point, and we might not see it completely resolved, but the pieces are there and they're very strong in certain parts, and you just need to keep on pushing that idea. And I think it's really encouraging to see both how you embrace the context and looked at the trees, which is a rare thing for an architect, and two, that you actually thought that ADA was an architectural issue. And I would disagree. I think it can be and should be, and you can do an entire project on that. And don't abandon these ideas. I think they're great kind of triggers for architecture. So thank you so much. Rainy, we have 2 more projects to look at, both next to amateur architects. Go ahead, Rainy.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
So hello, my name is Rainy Payne, and this is my project. So the kind of musician I was really looking at was more kind of a traditional band instrumentation with woodwinds and brass, and kind of a mix of soloists and small ensembles. This was because I play the clarinet, so I have a little bit more experience. This is where I'm more familiar with, and just kind of the sound and the feeling of that kind of performance. So as you've seen before, this is the site kind of located in the bigger context of Austin. Here are some pictures kind of showing the site as it was with the dry cleaners that was previously on the site right here. Kind of this space behind it that's created by this drop off, the trees behind it, kind of the relationship across the street with the apartments and the site next door. So here's just a bigger version of the site kind of showing the 10-foot setback lines and the previous assignment. So what I really started with was I looked at the list of programmatic spaces, and I just made cubes that kind of fit those spaces and put them on the site just to kind of see where that would go. And one thing that I really wanted to work with is because theaters and performance halls naturally kind of have the slope that go with it. And since the site sloped, I wanted to work with the naturally existing slope. And that led to kind of this slope here with the performance hall that both kind of gave the performance hall a more defined shape, but it also created this space underneath that I really wanted to utilize. So once I kind of had that performance hall space a little more set, I started looking at the surrounding parts, mainly the practice rooms and the living units and kind of those other smaller spaces. So I kind of played around with different ways of putting them on the site and kind of how they would interact. And what I ended up with was once I kind of revisited the spaces required, especially with the living units and the practice spaces, I kind of ended up with these L shapes. So ultimately what I have is, you can see a little bit here with the programmatic diagram, is I have this theater with kind of the ticketing and more general public coffee shop area underneath on this side. And then on this other side, I have kind of the more private, the living units, the communal areas. The extra space I chose was a workshop where musicians could work on their instruments, could do general maintenance and upkeep. And here you see a little bit of the circulation, mainly with the staircases. This one is meant to be kind of a more residential. It leads up to this area where it leads kind of to the residential units, kind of a more private way into the theater for the musicians. And behind here, and we'll see it a little bit better in the floor plans, you start getting to this more kind of public staircase and the lift that interacts more with the theater. So this is the ground plan. You can see a lot better the L shapes I was working with and kind of how I reflected those in over each other to kind of create the interlocking shape. One thing I also wanted to work with was my neighbor had created, they had this shape below, but then on top they had kind of this projecting area that created kind of this covered area to walk underneath. And I wanted to create something similar. So on the ground floor, you kind of that similar angle in while the theater hangs above. So this is the second floor. There's another level of units. As these units are stacked, they create kind of this interior courtyard space that can is more for private with the residential units, but it does have access to kind of that more public area. And you start to see a little bit of the theater and how that reflects. And here you can see the staircase and how it kind of wraps around the back of the building to lead to the theater. And here is kind of that transition space, which is still available to the public, but a slightly more private staircase that leads to these communal areas into the workshop and into the residential units. This is the third floor. You can see all of the theater now and the storage unit behind it. And you can also see the lift and the restrooms as well as more residential units. And this is the final one with the fourth floor with the final level of residential units and the very top and back of the theater. And this is my top view, kind of showing how it's more square, but once you get underneath that kind of, it keeps that kind of relationship. And here's an overview of all of the plans. Here I have my first section in elevation. It's cut through, the elevation shows the southern facade and the section is cut through this courtyard. So you begin to see kind of that theater and the relationship it has with how these living units and these L's kind of alternate and create kind of these walkways underneath them. And here is another section. It is showing the west facade and a section through the theater. So you can kind of see the relationship between the slope of the theater and the living units behind them, but also kind of the space it creates underneath and just kind of how that slope worked out. Here is my sectional axonometric. You can see a little bit, kind of a little bit into the theater and the space below, but also kind of how it runs into these residential areas and kind of a little bit more of that courtyard space. This rendering shows the southwest corner from the neighboring building, kind of how that would look in the facade there. This is from the other corner from the intersection of the street. This is kind of looking into that interior courtyard area. And this is from a rear corner of the performance hall. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rainey.
Rainey, would you mind going back to your original physical model study diagrams? Those right there are perfect. Those are perfect. And I hope that Aleksandra doesn't cringe too much when I say this. The image on the left-hand side, the volume that houses the auditorium and kind of shows the grade change on the site with the residences kind of bent around it and creating space between them. There is something inherently handsome and very interesting about that architectural idea that was there that I feel I wanted to see more of when in the resulting form, like the relationship of that, the auditorium, the way that it kind of cants up and over that drop in the site, I think is fascinating and creates a very interesting space that feels more like a found space rather than a created space, which I think you fell in love with originally. You said you were very interested in that. And I think the aspect of that, how simple the interaction of those two forms with is really elegant. And I would probably encourage you, I would push back to this and try to create some of the more accidental spaces that happen between these two buildings. I think that the way that you stack the residences, trying to get back to that also, like the way that the L's, or, you know, in some ways the U-shaped pieces kind of flip, are trying to kind of grab some more of that, that created space. And I really think that that's an interesting move as well. But I think there's something here that I want to bring back into the project, like the simplicity, the more kind of elemental form of it too.
Yes, sir.
But I think that, you know, I think that the finding, I mean, I am definitely a physical model builder still to this day. I think that there's the ability to discover those moments. And I very much applaud you for me actually seeing something physically built. I think it's an amazing design tool.
Yeah, I mean, to pick up a little bit on that, the other piece that I like about this model, and your project's gone in a slightly different direction, which has its own issues, is that theater, which is largely an internalized volume, right, is wrapped by program. And then you have the ability to sort of exploit the interstices between the sort of smaller scale programs and then the kind of centralized condition of the theater, right? When you get to your project, they become a bit disconnected for me, right? In the sense that if you go to go forward. Stop there. Actually, that one's fine too. But if you go back one, yeah, it almost reads like three really different buildings right next to each other, right? Part of that is because there's a passage there in that plan. But if you go to the next one, you can also kind of see it in the sort of solidity of that wall that's in between the two pieces of your project. So for me, the piece that I think could really be exploited more, and maybe it's on a different plan than this one, is how those diverse scales of program, what's happening on the right side versus what's happening on the left side or on the back or on the front, start to kind of nest around each other. And then what are the spatial sort of components of that? One of my favorite buildings that actually does that with a theater, although not with housing, with a museum and bookstore and whatever, is the Ramkoolhaas Kunsthal in Rotterdam, which is basically a box. And there's a sequence through it. And when you're going on the sequence, you can look down and see the theater that's going on. And when you're in the theater, you can see the service trucks driving behind the speaker. And then when you're up in the, and then the bookstore looks over the theater, so that you start to get this really interesting interlocking between all these diverse programs right at the moment where in your building, you create a separation, okay? Now, if you go to your axonometric or go forward a little bit, maybe, see, sorry, go back. Next one, there. That sequence you have, it's already moving through in between those two conditions. I think that was a real opportunity right there to take that slice that sort of has one scale of program on one side and one scale of program on the other side, and actually begin to start cutting some transverse sections across here and start looking at how these various programs might begin to kind of interlock and create a richer, let's say, urban sequence. through your site and through your building. So for me, that's the piece that gets a little bit lost when you start breaking the scale down, you know. In terms of the sort of interlocking L's or U's or whatever, the housing, I like that with the courtyards and all of that inside. I think there's some nice qualities there. I just want the project to kind of, you know, be a little bit more integrated. And I often think of, like, you know, one approach to program is that every piece of program is in its own little box, and then we stack boxes together and see what we get, right? Another one is sort of subtractive. It's like Adolf Loos, you know, like it all fits in a box. And then we begin to see what kinds of sort of experiences and spaces we can get. And I think your project can sort of exist somewhere in between those two for personally.
Could you go back to one of the latest computer generated models of your project?
One of these?
Another one. Yeah. So I think, you know, Dean had talked about the connection in between the internal pieces, but I would also encourage you to look at the connection of your external parts of terraces. When I saw this here, I was thinking, wouldn't it be interesting? There's a whole other itinerary that occurs and collects all the outdoor spaces. So that sort of a sort of contamination of each of the program areas by letting them see, share, or be directed to a different space from where the observer is. So similar thought to what Dean talked about, but just looking at it from the outside. To me, that would be very exciting. Another sort of opportunity to bring what is going on inside to the outside, to the city. Very nicely presented, I think, and you put a great deal of effort into making something that's really quite workable. We're just trying to add a little bit of poetry to some of the relationships in between. But you know, you demonstrated some great skills in plan making, space making, and then representing that.
Thank you. Thanks, Rainey. I think you got, you know, some really interesting comments. And I was thinking about what Brian said in the beginning, which is really striking, how we can have such different opinions about certain issues. And I don't know if you remember in the midterm review, one of the reviewers said, why, because actually Rainey really wanted to unwrap this theater with housing, and the theater was something almost like this hidden jewel. And I actually quite enjoyed that idea. I thought it was something really great to work on. And that was kind of not criticized, but, you know, discussed as an issue, like, do you really want to sacrifice the urban corner and turn it into housing? And the project somehow evolved, you know, away from that idea. But I think, like, it's a really important lesson maybe for you, for everyone, to listen to comments, but then stick to what you think is right. And we will never agree, all of us, on, you know, what's wrong or what's right. But as long as you are, like, persistent, then I think you can really prove that anything can work. And Collis is a master of that, right? Because you put a hospital into the library and he can make that work. So, on that note, I think Dean is really right that it would be great now to see how you can create some more clashes and interferences between these two separate worlds. It started happening, but, you know, we also kind of ran out of time, and we know that this was a project that was born late and through many iterations. I'm really happy where you got. So I think you have a lot to think about here, and you've learned a lot in this project. Thank you, Rainey.
Thank you so much.
So real quickly, what kind of softwares are you guys using to do these models?
Rhino. And some of them use Enscape for renderings, but yeah.
Okay, but Rhino is a software that works with Boolean operations, yeah?
Yeah.
So
as well.
you have the ability to both be additive but also subtractive at the same time, right? So different softwares have different operational, let's say, qualities. And I think, if you're going to work in whatever software you choose, one of the reasons I hate SketchUp is because it's all sort of surfaces rather than volumes, right? So I think starting to really experiment with the potential, if you're going to use the software, more than a rendering tool, right? But actually as a process tool, I think there's some real potential.
Yeah, that's very important what you're saying. It's fundamental. I think in Rainy's case, what really helped her was the physical model. It was, that simple act of making those boxes and then building the project from that. That's why it's more additive than subtractive, because that's how it was born. But in several cases, the physical models helped. In other projects, the digital realm was sufficient, or the students didn't really choose to work with physical models. But I agree. I think looking at the environment in which you model is really important to see what it affords you, what it offers. Okay, let's see Luis's project. We have just enough time for one more project. Last but not least, Luis, go ahead. Let's move back to the 80s now. We had some curves. I mean all of that with good.
Postmodernism.
Let's see.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. My name is Louis Lin, and my musician and residence center is called the Community Music Hall. So the site is located in the south part of Austin by Lady Bird Lake, and it's on the intersection between Lake Austin Boulevard and Hearn Street. And looking at the site plan, I have to consider all these elements. So I have to consider the side street home and also the immature studio project, and also most importantly, the 8-foot rise on the site. And from the very beginning of the project, I wanted to incorporate a courtyard into the design. So in the first concept, it was fully enclosed, but it was way too enclosed. And in the second one, I opened up the courtyard to interact with the community. But one issue is that the Hearn Street is too loud. And in the last concept, I narrowed the side parallel to the Hearn Street so that it's open, but also secluded at the same time. And it can also interact with the community center, as you can see on the plan. And then I started the final form with the cube, and I transformed it, and I multiplied it, and then transformed it again, and then at the end, shifted it all into place. So I made this massing model during my concept progress 2. As you can see that the courtyard is too open, and for the final concept, I kept the view of the amateur studio project, and then I narrowed this view so there are less distraction and interruption. And from the sectional axonometric, you can see the transition in space as you walk through the courtyard from the small enclosed area at the entrance to the big open space looking toward, from the amateur project. And here are the renderings of the entrance from the right. And as you walk through, it opens up more. And in the last rendering, you can see the entire courtyard with little interaction with the Hearn Street. But you can still interact with the site without interruption. And there are 2 buildings that enclose the courtyard, and I categorized them into a more private building and also a more public building. In the more public building, there is a open area, which is just a public space that anyone can just move around. And the unique space I created is a greenhouse. The greenhouse is also in the more public area. It is wrapped by the main stairs, so that so when people walk through it to the music hall, they can feel like they're removed from the city. And so right across from the greenhouse is a daycare. It's another unique place for the project. The daycare babysits the children when parents drop them off before music performance, so they can watch the performance in peace. The light gray room is the office, which is right by the entrance of the more private building. And then the dark gray is the ticket and coffee shop, which is placed right by the entrance of the more public building. so they can welcome the visitors. The practice rooms are located in both the public and private buildings. For the practice room concept, I wanted the rooms to be more flexible so they can accommodate a small group or be comfortable for individual people. So I implemented the 2 moving panels with folds and textures in each rooms to absorb sounds and to divide the rooms. The musician can move the panels to make the rooms open up completely, like the room number 1, or they can close the room completely but still share it with other musicians in room number 3. Or they can have like 1 room closed and then 1 room open, or both closed, like 2 and 3. And here's a rendering of a completely open practice room. So when the panels are completely open, they can look into the entire courtyard. The living units are also in both buildings. I wanted the musician and residents to choose if they want to be in a more public or private building. Finally, the music hall is like a megalith sitting on top of the more public building. And I intend to have small orchestras or soloists to play classical music. In the music hall. For the music hall sitting area, I wanted to use this chance to break the stereotypical view of orchestra and make it more casual so that common people can also enjoy calming music. And I also thought that music hall is such a big space and it's very useless when there's no performances. So I want to make this into a multi-use music hall. So this is the music hall during performances. And when there are no performances, the panels can be opened up to allow light in, and people can also come in during operating hours to study, to sit around to chat, or to look at the Lady Bird Lake. And the whole entire music hall is held up by steel beams like the rest of the building. And here's the site plan where you can better see that the site is on the intersection of Lake Boulevard and Hearn Street with the amateur project on the side. And from the first floor plan, you can more clearly see the coffee shop and also the office by the entrance of the public and private building. The second floor plan shows the relationship between the 2 bedrooms. And you can also see the sky bridge connecting the 2 buildings. The third floor plan is very similar to the second one. You can see that the stairs wraps around the greenhouse. The fourth floor plan, also the very top floor. Here you can see how the music hall is leaning against this building, and also you can see the highest sky bridge connecting the 2 buildings. There are 3 routes to the building accessible from the street. So the first is if you want to go directly into the courtyard. And the second one is if you want to go directly into the public building. And then the last one is to go to the more private building, which you have to go through the entrance of the courtyard first and then enter the building. Here are all the circulations. The first one shows all the vertical circulation and then all the horizontal circulation, and then and then the last one just highlights the sky bridge. And there are also 3 routes to the music hall. So if you want to go straight to the music hall, then the first route is the way to go because it's the shortest and also uses the elevator. And the second route is if you want to experience the greenhouse by going up the main stairs that wraps around the greenhouse. And the last route is more for adventurous visitors. So they have to go up the stairs from the more private building and then walk across the highest point, highest sky bridge where they're able to see the entire courtyard from a higher perspective. And then they will reach the music hall after the courtyard. So no matter which route you take, every floor has very different perspectives of the street. But the huge view window on the very top in the music hall is the true reward navigating through the building. For the material of the building, since I'm integrating amateur studio ideologies, I wanted to use local limestones for the building, and the rest is glass. And for the greenhouse, I wanted to stock it with low light tropical plants because of the limited sunlight. Going inside of that front elevation, in this section, you can better see the greenhouse and its relationship with the stairs. And you can also see that the daycare is only 2 floors away from the music hall. So the close proximity of the daycare from the music hall helps the parents worry less about their children. And I designed the administration after I finished the massing and the programs. I wanted to emphasize the entrance to the courtyard, so I created this compression towards the entrance. So when you're driving on the Lake Austin Boulevard, you can see that the walls with no fenestrations are drawing emphasis to the courtyard. And the section right by that facade, you can see how the fenestrations influence the lighting and the views of the program. And on the very left is a view of the Hearn Street from one of the living units. And then in the middle right, people in the open area can look across the street and see the university apartments. And then on the top right, it's a view of the music hall. And people can look across the street into the hill across the lake, and they're also able to see the Lady Bird Lake. And here's a QR code if you guys want to see a 360-degree view of the courtyard and also inside the music hall. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I really love your idea of how you're giving something back to the public by the way that you considered and talked about your courtyard, because that becomes the sort of the public offering of this project to the city. And I think this is one of the first projects that is really focusing on creating outdoor, and I'm seeing the courtyard as a great possibility for outdoor performances, and the way you theatrically bridge it with walkways as you can look down. So you're continuously part of what is happening in the courtyard. So I think that that's a really, I really appreciate that kind of a public gesture that you've done on this project, and how you're making it really part of the city. Because to me, when I first moved to Austin, one of the first things that I noticed is the sort of the outdoor qualities. It's all about jogging trails, connecting to the lake, it's just being outside. And I think your project responds to that kind of exteriority of Austin, that you're trying to create. So I would, and just to sort of discover this other world that you get a glimpse through as you're driving by, and then you can make a conscious effort to actually be part of this internal outdoor music performance. To me, that's the really exciting part of your project.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I agree with that. I think that is the strongest part of your project. I mean, all along as I've been listening to things, I've been worried about the poor neighbors, and the poor neighbors and the noise coming along Lake Austin Boulevard and all the sort of things that an urban designer would sort of wonder about, right? But I do like that sort of initial analysis of saying, well, you know, there's this building that's sort of on one side of the site, and then there's the street, and I'm going to start to kind of, you know, envelope the other side in order to capture the noise, and I'm going to squeeze down the public entrance through it and all of that sort of stuff. That being said, you know, I think two things I would love to see sort of more investigation of, right? One is, what is that space really like? What's the fenestration of the inside of those two new buildings, and how that program sort of overlooks it, engages it? You know, maybe there's only one really cool bridge instead of 3 sort of medium bridges, and that cool bridge could do multiple things. Like you could hang lighting from it, or you could hang, you know, sound from it, or it could become a piece of a proscenium, right? So I think there's lots of different ways to really, let's say, develop a narrative for this internal world that you're making, which I think could be really interesting. The last piece is, and then probably at some level the most polemical thing that you did was you took the most public space with the most amount of people in it and you put it up on the top of the building, right? Right? Which has the biggest weight, has to span itself because there's no columns inside it, and has egress questions for how people get up and down. So I'm not sure that's fully resolved, I confess. You know, like maybe that whole piece of the building is actually inside a big truss of some kind. But how it's sort of, how that sits up there and how it's held up, I think has an impact on what happens underneath it, which I think is a big issue, right? And it might be that, you know, there's that sort of ground plane sequence. Maybe the stairs, instead of winding directly up, actually move up along the courtyard and across the bridge and then up and up to that thing. And it's sort of more part of the sort of theatrical experience of your building. But I think that's a really interesting question. I think that that's a deliberate irritant in your project that you have to exploit more. And I think you could. The one piece for me that I'm just totally not convinced about is the greenhouse. But that's a whole nother discussion.
I think that I agree with all those comments. I think I'm interested more in what drives me to use those sky bridges. It felt like you haven't sold what they're connecting specifically. Like what is the desire for me to use them? And in some ways, I think the redundancy of the circulation, and in some ways the redundancy of the greenhouse and the courtyard, it feels like we want to focus on a single one and make that circulation more an essential part of the experience. Like there's something unfortunate that it seemed like your preferential way of getting to the theater was to walk through a corridor, up an elevator, and into the theater. Like it felt like that should be the last option, or an incorporated option that dealt with some of these other more kind of exploratory means of moving through the building. Like if the public is exposed to the practice rooms or some of these other programmatic elements as they move through, which it seems like they are. At least there's the possibility of. I really appreciated the fact that the practice rooms you seem to spend a decent amount of time on and how they were modular, at least in plan. And there's a part of me that wants them to be more modular in section, or perhaps more deviant of the structure in section, so that if I'm practicing on one level, I'm actually, people are overhearing me, or the experience of my playing isn't grounded to that single level, but it suddenly then becomes a sectional change through the building that, perhaps the residences are more conventionally stacked, but these practice rooms are actually able to kind of reach through the structure in a more interesting way and reference the kind of movement and gestures that you're doing on the outside of the building and with the auditorium. But I really do. Yeah, I do appreciate the project, and I love the huge courtyard and your engagement with the neighboring building as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the comments. I know we're running out of time. We have 2 minutes. Luis, I just wanted to say you did create a really tough task for yourself, and you did a great job to somehow figure out this deconstructivist kind of building out. I think that even working on some extra images could have helped us imagine how those pathways, those bridges could be actually used during performances by artists, by the audience. All these comments about how you move through the building and what's the reason for making that circulation so complex are really valid, and I think you should keep on thinking about it. But it was great to see how you had such a clear idea about the type of architecture you wanted to explore, and you did that very consistently. Even we had moments in which I was pushing against certain things, and you were reacting, and we kind of had a great conversation all the time. So thank you so much. Any final comments you want to make? I don't want to hold you up. I know you have more reviews at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much for your comments, Dean, Brian, Smila.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to mention one thing. Take a look at Ina Bobardi's work.
Yeah.
Jaeschke Pompeia. in São Paulo, how she uses this sort of Piranesi like
bridges and connections. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick comment to everybody. I think the addition of the special program happens a lot in studios where you're giving a program and then asked to add something to it. A lot of times it seems like there's this rectangular room that gets added in the back of the building and some program gets tossed into that hole and we're like, okay, sure, they're doing something back there. That's cool. I would look at that as the thing to really bite into and look as an opportunity to infuse yourself into the project. I can easily go back to Marcelo with the record store. Like that record store just felt like just a record store. It wanted to be in the auditorium or somehow like wrapped up into that space. Like I would take that program and really kind of mash it into the project so that it's essential. It's something fun and maybe really kind of speaks to your own personal preferences or interests in the design.
That's a great observation. Yeah.
I just want to second that by something that my professor Gerhard Kalman told us when I was taking him a GSD of Kalman McCannell. He said that the best space that actually made all of their projects is the one that was not in the program. It's what they brought to it.
Yeah.
If you think about that in a way, it's like, and that's what each of the projects that we've seen had your own take on what you brought into it. And I think that is really what becomes really critical in your design process. It was not in the program, but what you bring to it.
Yeah, okay, so my last comment, and you probably would glean this from the comments I made on the individual projects, is I personally believe that movement is incredibly important in architecture. Maybe because I studied with a bunch of Le Corbusier types, but it's all for me about promenade, and it's all about movement. And I think when you're designing buildings, you have to mentally walk through them. And like, even when I'm drawing, and I'm an analog dude, like old fashioned guy, right? I'll actually take my plans and flip them around based on how I vision myself walking through a project. I think you have to get yourself mentally down into the space of your project and really know what it is you're drawing and what the experience is that you're trying to sort of construct. Because in the end, regardless of whatever sort of philosophical, stylistic, whatever issues we might have, in the end, we're humans and we move through space, and architecture is kind of infrastructural for that. So don't treat circulation as, some sort of, mechanical system.
No, it's a great point. It goes back to the reading we were reading by Bruno Zevi about space as architecture. I think circulation is another one of those issues that we kind of overlook because we focus so much on the material, concrete kind of aspects of architecture, and we forget that the void and our experience of space are actually the fundamental things we should be looking at. So think about that during your next project. Thank you so much for your comments. It was great to have you. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Hello again. So we have Michael, Judith, and Michael today with us. So you're gonna go first, Eric, right? What's behind you?
Oh, it's just a fake background.
I know, but what is it of?
I have no clue. I have no idea.
Okay. Well, it's been a great day so far, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Really good.
Okay. Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you doing?
Thanks for joining us. I'm fine. How are you? I don't think we've met. Have we met before?
I feel like we may have been on one review a few years ago.
I have a feeling, yes. Yeah, I think we're still waiting for, well, a couple of students and Michael Garrison. Judith is here. So let's just wait a couple of minutes, okay? Wait. We only have 4 projects to review, so we have plenty of time. Yeah. You're in Austin now, right?
Yeah.
You moved.
I've been here for about 10 years now, but taught a few times at UT. It's been a little while now, a few years.
Exactly.
But...
Yeah, but before I arrived, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
I have only been here for 2 years. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? Thanks for being here.
I'm going to try and get the zebra stripes off.
All right. Who else are we missing?
That's better. Hi, Michael. How are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. I was just telling Alexandra that I haven't taught in a long time now. I think it's been probably 4 years.
Well, I think they'd probably be happy to fix that if you were interested.
Yep, just need to get less busy.
Oh, I see Michael has just joined. Hello. I think we're all here. Yeah. Let's jump straight into it. So again, we have Professor Garrison with us, Professor Birdsong, and Michael Hargens, who is a practicing architect. Are you practicing on your own now in Austin, or?
Yeah, I just started my practice about a year ago.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. I'll just briefly again introduce the studio. So we're looking at the work from Design 3 integration, which is as of this year, it is the first studio straight after Foundations. It used to be later, but it's got moved to second year, which I think is really great. It's a basic studio in the sense that it's supposed to introduce students to the issue of integration of really fundamental aspects of architecture, such as, of course, program, spatial and formal articulation, construction methods, structural thinking to some degree, materials. And it's a coordinated studio, so we have 4 sections. We all share the same brief, the same site and the structure of assignments, although of course each of us adopted a slightly different approach to, interpreted it in different ways. We had 3 main assignments. The first one was looking at, done in teams of 2, was looking at one particular architect and really trying to explore a creative process, and then analyze one building more in depth through a series of drawings. And this was done looking at Kuma, Taye Rocha Carrillo, Shim Sutcliffe, Amateur Studio. And in the second exercise, what we asked the teams to do was to actually design a semi-open public space in West Austin on a site that is very close to Mopac, close to the site that you will see now, actually immediately next to it, where they were supposed to put themselves in the shoes of one of those architects and design the space as if they were Kuma or Sana or Olgiati. And the idea was to kind of help them understand how to extract certain logic, certain ways of working from those architects that they studied before. Then what happened in the main and the final assignment is that we actually kept those neighbors as if they were a real building next to their site, so that they could relate to that project, try to, treat it as part of the context, but also deal with something that they understood intimately because they worked on it previously. They were given a specific neighbor, not the one that they designed, but the one designed by the architect that they initially studied. So they had a certain understanding of that architect. The site, as you will see, is in West Austin. It's right after Mopac on Lake Austin Boulevard, very close to the river, in the kind of in between residential and somewhat commercial areas. We asked them to design a center for a musician in residence, a mixed program where in part we have residences for 10 artists. And in part, they also have spaces that are practice spaces. And then we have a public component, which is a concert, a performance space. And of course, we asked each student to somehow incorporate a particular unique program that would somehow distinguish their work from all the other projects. It was also important for us to make sure that they actually thought carefully about who that musician was, what kind of music they played. So you will see a range of different projects, and I emphasize that because I really make an effort not to impose a specific type of style or attitude towards design. It's really important for me to really just accompany them and help them, develop the skills that they need rather than directly impose a certain way of designing. So as I say, I have no preference for straight lines over curves or continuous versus discrete. All of that is accepted as long as it's rigorous and thought through and embraced in a kind of also joyful way, which is important for me. So let's, unless you have any questions, we can just jump straight into the first project. It's clear, yeah? Okay, great. So Eric, why don't you start? So Eric was working next to a building by Olgiati.
Oh.
Do you see
Yes, you can
full
just
screen?
maybe, yeah, perfect, yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
great. Hello, everybody. My name's Eric Hayes, and I'm here to talk about the percussion house. So in high school, I was in the percussion section for 4 years, and they say write what you know. So the choice about who to fill my building with was easy. Now, percussion is an interesting field. First of all, it's so diverse. Everything you hit can be a percussion instrument. So you have drum set, and you have timpani, and you have cymbals, all these loud, boisterous things. And you also have these more delicate instruments like vibraphones and hand drums. And my personal favorite, the marimba. Marimba, I love. It's this wooden instrument that has this very sonorous, warm tone, and the range is huge. It's 5 octaves, so you can play a huge diversity of classic and contemporary literature on it. And it's very, I think, architecturally compelling. You can put 2 marimbas side by side. One person can stand on one end of the marimba and two people can use the same instrument. And you can arrange them in all these interesting ways. And it's often a very collaborative field with different people playing different instruments together. So that was the first consideration. It was moving these big instruments around and also accommodating for different groupings of instruments. So small individual practice rooms and large open spaces for large groups to collaborate together. These are a few sort of inspirational touchstones that I used. I knew I wanted to take those wooden bars of the marimba and sort of stretch them up and over people in the sort of public spaces. I knew I wanted to create this sort of subterranean feel because the site is on a hill. So I wanted part of it to be almost underground feeling. And then I wanted an auditorium that sort of lifts up, like you can see in the top right. So here's the site. It's on Lake Austin Boulevard and Hearn Street, and there's a absolutely lovely Jack Brown Cleaners there now. I hope my building lives up to these roots. But there's a lot of impervious cover. It's a very public site, it's a very prominent site, so I wanted to address that corner well. And just above the site, there's a little message of encouragement. I don't know if we'll be rocking, but hopefully we'll be making good music. So here it is in a broader perspective, just west of Mopac. You can see the outline of the building and the neighbor, designed by my peers, Marcelo and Aaron, but ostensibly designed by Olgiati. And here you can see the top view. So that's a skylight and a little kitchen bar and the beginnings of the those wooden ribs. The ground floor plan, I don't want to over narrate, but on the bottom left, you have the stage of the auditorium. On the bottom right, you have the very public coffee shop. And then the top portion is all practice rooms, and you have admin and bathroom. This is an intermediate floor plan, and it's mostly to show on the top left here. That's where you walk into the site from the north, and you can either take a right and go down into the practice pit, or you can go straight and walk up into the residence. It also shows off the sort of stepped, elevated nature of the auditorium. This is the second occupiable floor. The first residents are on the left. This interstitial space here is, I'm treating it sort of as my customizable space. I want it to be a bit of an art gallery. So if that looks like sort of a huge mural that Austin seems to love so much, or if that looks more traditional, like a series of suspended portraits, I just wanted to bring art of a more visual sense into this very musical place. And this is the top floor. You can see that the roof of the auditorium is made a floor, an occupiable floor. And that's where you find the common space with the kitchen and the huge skylight and these two, the 6 remaining residences. And one thing I tried to accomplish in the residence is the sort of duality of percussion. So you have, like I said, these boisterous, loud things, and then you have these much more beautiful, more melodic instruments. So I wanted to sort of reflect that duality visually by having these curved elements and having these rigid rectilinear elements sort of side by side in the same space. This elevation, I think, shows off on the bottom left one experience that I really wanted to emphasize here. It was like one of the first things I thought of when I was assigned this project. I wanted this feeling when you walked into the building. I wanted you to feel like you're going underneath something. I wanted the building to sort of rise up above you. And so that woman is sort of standing in the coffee shop underneath the massive auditorium above her. And it also shows sort of an interruption to this facade. So you have this huge curved outline, and you have the elevator and staircase kind of smacked onto the side of there, interrupting the rhythm and almost having a percussive sense to them. This is just to show off the patterns of windows. The windows at the bottom at ground level are actually above the people practicing. So they let in almost a clerestory light, although it's more tall than it is wide. And then the windows above that are all attached to individual rooms. This section shows off the sort of boxy quality of the practice spaces. Every practice room has a different height and different dimensions. Like I said, it's such a diverse field. I wanted to accommodate lots of diverse uses. So you have small, low-ceilinged practice rooms for individual work, and you have much larger spaces for much larger ensembles. This again shows the relationship between the auditorium and the coffee shop, sort of one is the negative space of the other. And here's the axon. It really shows off the double height of the practice space and the skylight that I love so much, even if it's a bit silly. These are some diagrams. A functional diagram showing how all these puzzle pieces fit together in a more literal sense. Basic circulation diagram. And the material composition. I definitely knew that the auditorium had to be concrete just because I can't think of another material that could achieve that sort of structural effect. And you have the wooden ribs and these sort of translucent plastic of the stairs and the elevator. And here's the evolution of my design. Like I said, some of these experiences were fundamental from the beginning, especially the stepped auditorium above you. These days it has 7 steps to represent the 7 notes in major and minor scales. And there are 12 ribs along the front facade to show the 12 notes in the chromatic scale. This view is underneath the auditorium where the coffee shop would be. Looks directly onto Lake Austin Boulevard, onto the Colorado allotment of the university. This is a much more horizontal and compressed space, sort of vertically, for the private commons. You have the north elevation. And this is my last image. I just love how it shows off the fact that this whole space is one big thing, right? The space that makes up the coffee shop reaches up into the private residences through this sort of enclosed envelope. And that's the end of my presentation. So if you want me to go back to any slides or anything like that, let me know.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks. I'll try to stay as quiet as possible just to leave leave it to our guests. Michael, you're muted. I can unmute you maybe. How
about now? Can you hear me?
Perfect, yes.
All right. Well, first of all, Eric, I want to congratulate you on putting a building together. With the program and the circulation, and it seems that the hip bone's connected to the thigh bone, so to speak, here, and there's a very sound logic in what you've done. I do want to say, as a fundamental, what I think you should go for next is that your basic decision-making process was purely visual. And as a musician, the performance characteristics of how the building itself performs, I think is an area that I think should have equal concern to the visual. For instance, the auditorium itself is like an instrument. It has acoustic quality. It has reverberation. It has diffusion. It has flutter echo. It has dispersion. It has all of those particular elements to it. And it would have been, I think, interesting, especially for a person of your background, to explore the building, defining the building as a musical instrument itself. so that it actually performs, because every space that you're producing music in has its own personality. We've seen in Goldsmith Hall, for instance, people making recordings in the stairwell because of the reverberation in the stairwell. Lots of volume, hard surfaces, you're going to get a lot of overtones within that. And if that is, you know, how the percussion instruments are really working, then that's the kind of thing I would expect to see in the auditorium, the design of the auditorium. Eliminating parallel walls so I can eliminate flutter echo, being very concerned about what the surface is on the back wall so I'm not getting sound bouncing from behind me, an orchestra shell so that the sound is put forth. You know, there is a rich design in which visual and performance come together. And, you know, that's the sort of like when you're making a performance, the actors on the stage which are performing are creating that sort of acoustic performance, but it's also a visual spectacular kind of thing. The only things I would wonder about a little bit is the ADA accessibility to your auditorium seem to be a little subject. And I think you want to make sure that from the very beginning, that we understand accessibility within the building. But, you know, I want to say again, as a beginning student, the idea of sort of like program and form and shape and the sort of circulation process. I love the fact that the coffee shop's on the corner, so there's always this sort of visual element within it. But, you know, I think I want more personality in the rooms themselves. Maybe they're cellular rooms, but, you know, oftentimes a lot of music groups formed at parties sometimes where they were just sort of like got together and people were playing. And so there's these sort of opportunities that might happen on that top floor under the skylight, and, you know, places where you kind of congregate, and maybe there's some kind of music, there's some kind of volumetric opening between the coffee shop and that top floor, because sound will travel up into those particular areas. But in general, I think it's a great foundation. And I would just say, as you develop more, what we want the building to do is perform, you know, that's as important as the visual ideas that you're putting forth in the design.
Absolutely.
Great points, yeah.
Maybe kind of along those lines, you guys are at a point right now in the curriculum, in your academic sort of trajectory, where you're finding your legs in a lot of ways. You know, you're probably finally leaving foundation behind, where things were more or less prescribed, right? And you're being introduced to the world of architecture, some buildings of which will resonate with you, and some buildings of which probably won't, for whatever reason, right? And you guys did these precedent exercises where you looked in depth, not just at a building and an architect, but I'm assuming, because this is the way we've taught it before, you get into the mind of the architect and you start to understand why they're making the decisions that they are, right? And one reason for having you do that is, again, to give you the opportunity to maybe begin to define yourselves as designers. You know, I agree with what this architect's position is. I'm less enthralled with this other architect's position, right? So, I mean, I agree with everything Michael said. I think if I have one concern, it was that I think one of the strengths of your project was your presentation. You presented it really well and very eloquently. But one of the weaknesses, I think, of your presentation was the words that you used. And you repeatedly said, I wanted this, you know, I wanted that. And so maybe a cautionary note, I think you're at the point where you have to justify your desires, right? The best architects do this. They write about their work. They talk about why they do things the way they do. And some of that's in preparation for, having to work with a client. It's not sufficient to tell the client, I wanted to do this. The client's going to say, I don't care, So you have to be able to argue for what you're doing. It's okay for you to want to do that. That's your intuitive response to a design, right? But then you have to find the rationale. You have to ask yourself the hard question of, why do I want that? What makes this form the right form for this place, for this project, for this program, for this construction system, right? And when you can articulate that argument in such a way that, your form does support your structural system, your form does support the program. It, recognizes that it is cited in a particular place at a particular time. All of those things come together. Then the argument is secure, right? And you don't have to, you'll still want it and you'll still like it, but you won't have to rely on those words anymore, okay? So maybe I'll let Michael talk, and then maybe I'll come back to some other things later.
Well, I definitely would agree with Judith and Michael. All the comments I think are spot on. But one thing I would say too is just like from a sort of design perspective, stepping back and just kind of looking at your project as a whole, I do have to like commend you too, just for, you had to put together an entire building and think about it compositionally. I think that north facade, while is probably the back of your building, is one of the most, to me, successful things, because I find that a single flat facade is one of the hardest things to grapple with. And I think you did a pretty great job of sort of thinking about openings, and it wasn't just sort of cut paste. It seemed like they had a rhythm to them. They were thought out about what the space was behind it. And so I think the thing that I would encourage you to do is spend a little bit of time when you're making these decisions to think really specifically about the program itself and how the spaces need to respond to the program. So like the auditorium to me is like such a clear understanding of what it is, right? It's got like this James Sterling look to it, where as you approach it, you know immediately that this is a space that's sloping. I think we all sort of think of those places as being sort of concert venues or performance spaces. But then I find like the idea of putting rooms like bedrooms on top of this thing is kind of a bizarre choice when you've sort of set up this pattern and rationale for putting all of those residences on the other side of the building in a very sort of straightforward, stacked manner. And so those are the kind of places where I think it's important to think like, you've created a form for a certain reason, but as you progress along it, do the things you do reinforce, or do they start to take away from it? And so I think those are the moments that like you always have to make sure you come back around to the concept. The big ideas is the thing I feel like I always find myself talking about, is like, what was the big idea? And if the thing that you're doing is that you're pushing or you're doing is not feeding back to that basic concept or principle, then it's worth taking a step back and sort of rethinking it. And so I think it was interesting too to me. The one other thing I would say is that in terms of progression of presentation, diagrams are one of those things that we typically like to talk about right at the beginning, because they distill the ideas down to a couple of singular ideas versus jumping directly into the plans. And so I would encourage you too to think about those diagrams early on, so that you're making decisions based on those things as well. But overall, again, I think this is it's a well-rounded project.
I think that comment is really right on. And for example, the idea of this sort of like auditorium as an object within the space would have been clearer if the fact that space had connected from the ground floor all the way up to the top, so that it becomes a object and doesn't just disappear into the ceiling. And I think putting the bedrooms over on the other side would have been more consistent with the way that the service elements or the other more functional elements are serving that single object. And then the circulation spines between the two of them, bringing light into that particular area, is a very clear diagram. And, I think, the idea sometimes is that you get a concept, you have an idea, a very strong idea that solves the program. and you have to be true to that concept. And so you can do things, but if they're not true to the concept, they're the wrong thing to do.
Thank you. Judith.
Oh,
go
sorry,
ahead.
yeah,
Yeah. No, go ahead. I wanted to ask if you wanted to add something. Yeah.
It's really weird reviewing projects on Zoom, because unless you have a separate screen and you guys are uploading things to Miro or Concept Board, we're left to look at a single image at the end, right?
Yeah.
Which is hopefully your best image, right? Although I've been on a lot of reviews lately where that wasn't necessarily the case. And so the review winds up being about the last image on the screen, right? And I have to say that there's something that's really very compelling about this image, but I don't know that you know that you've done it yet, okay? And let me see if I can draw here. It's this whole area here. You know, so you've got this fabulously expressive, you know, auditorium form that you've left on display. You know, you're sort of foregrounding the program. You're letting people know that this is, you know, a music venue, right? And it's big and it's fat and it's a mass. But there's a wonderful spatial porosity to this whole area over here on the right side that suggests that, tells me that you have an emerging, you know, a good spatial sense, you know, where these different forms begin to interlock and come together. It's not just, you know, rooms, auditorium, things like that, but there's sort of an interlock and interweaving of space that I think pushes this out of something that could be understood at a single glance, you know, big auditorium, into something that's much more visually and spatially compelling. You know, the porosity of this space, the fact that I can see almost all the way through this building, I think is really nice. And I would encourage you to look for those opportunities in your work moving forward. I have to say they're a lot easier to find in a physical model than they are in a Rhino model.
Yeah.
Surely.
But clean up your drawing there. I think, you know, it's a really nice moment that I'm looking at here. And I can imagine walking down the street and being sort of drawn in visually into the space of your project.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for all these amazing comments. I think you touched up on all the most important aspects of your work. And I think that, Eric, you know, this idea of I liked and I wanted to, that Julie.
Oh, you froze.
Pointed out, is really fascinating because you actually working about. Sorry? I think I lost the connection for a moment. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Suddenly everything froze. I was just saying that you know, when you were looking at you really wanted to explore curvature. You felt like you did not know how to deal with curvature, but you talked about it in relationship to the sound. I remember you were saying, you know, it would be a different way of, dealing with the sound in the concert hall. And somehow that, if it came back into the conversation and into your way of talking about the project, will be much more clear, you know, where those moves come from. So that's kind of one thing. And I also wanted really to commend you for your persistence. This project went through moments in which, you know, he didn't know how to fit this residential units around the concert hall. We went through all sorts of different iterations about how to deal with this hybrid animal that is in part, you know, curved, in part very rectilinear. And I think that you came up with something that is pretty consistent. I agree that it would be great if those units were not on top of the auditorium and somehow reorganized more independently, but there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. You know, now that you see this image, it would be great if you could look more at the articulation of the facade in relationship to a structure, like how this, you know, this big glulam members, what would what would they really be like? Would they be more chunky? Would they have to be more chunky? Would that help your project, et cetera, right? So there's all sorts of layers that you could now start adding to this. But thank you for all your work. And I think you've really moved forward a lot through this semester. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Fernando.
everybody. This was great.
Can y'all see my screen?
Can.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Perfect.
All right, well, hello. Good afternoon. My name is Fernando Flores, and I'll be presenting my project today with y'all. So like mentioned earlier, we got to choose our own musician. And from my own background in music, I played a trombone in a lot of symphonic and orchestral settings back in high school. So I really wanted to follow this style of music, which provides a lot of like variety in the instruments, and it allows to play not just only those, but like for my communal spaces, they could join together and play other forms of music, not just focus on that, and just to have a more variety of music with it. So here's a picture of our site given to us, located in Lake Austin Boulevard. Here highlighted in red is my site, located next to my neighbor site that is inspired by Ogiati as well. So when we went to site, I was really fascinated by the hill country of Austin, and like how this is Lake Austin Boulevard is relatively flat, but like if you continue north or south, there's an inclination and declination of hills, and in the background you see like this hilly area around, just surrounded by vegetation, but mostly just captivated by the hill and ascending portion of the site itself. So some diagrammatic process that I did for my design was I grabbed the required programmatic spaces, and then what I did was separated those spaces into a private and public sector. I really wanted to differentiate both of them and just distinguish both of them where they're not really in conjunction, where they are in conjunction together but not being disrupted by each other, by the public and private. So I made these like the study models that really focus on the ascension and declination of like the ascension of the site itself, and just relating back to that process and creating these stacks. And I made so many models, but these were like the 4 ones that I really took inspiration from to make my final project. And here's my final project in relation with its neighborhood and its neighboring site. So I want to start with some plans that moving forward. So here I want to start with my ground plan, and here half my site is missing because it's ascending upwards from here. Here's the main entrance ascending upward into this space, but since it's ascending up, this my ground plan it's cut right there, but really just focuses on the performance space that is on the ground floor with these angled walls that help with I was thinking about the acoustics where they like the sound right here projects and reflects this way into the space, and it just doesn't bounce back to the performer himself. And here's the first floor ascending into this site where here now I have my coffee shop and my restrooms, which is accessible from both exterior and interior, just to have more like a 2 circulations where you don't have to go into the building and then go to a restroom. It's divided. I have a half floor. I start transitioning into my practice spaces that are shaped in the L. I'll show you later in this presentation where they're shaped like in the L shape that wrap around the performance space. But here are my 5 of my practice spaces. And here's my second floor where I transition into my residential and public spaces. Here, unlike my ground floor, which goes along with the site, I wanted to make this orthogonal just to create that distinction between private and public, just to separate both of them by the organization of them. So here we have my residents, half of my residents, and the other half with a big so they surround the central courtyard, which are only visible from accessing the staircase. Everything around is enclosed like in a U-shaped manner, only viewable from here, just to create like the separation from the public and private setting.
What are rectilinear rooms in the middle of that?
Pardon?
The rectilinear rooms that are completely enclosed.
Oh, these are my practice spaces. My other since it's for 10, I have 5, and then these are the other 5 practice
I
spaces.
see. Okay.
So here, focusing my 3rd floor, following the same. My units are double height units. No, 2-story units where like they separate. Here on this side, we see the living space where you could study, eat, and just have just relaxing. And then the other part of the units are your sleeping, just creating that separation. And here, this again, that central courtyard appears as a recreational area, where I envisioned it to be a space for musicians to retreat from their practicing and playing all day to more of like a relaxing environment for the musicians within each other. Here's my top view that emphasizes the orthogonal organization of my residential and practice spaces in comparison to this public space that follows the lines of the site itself. So here's the sections. In my section A, I really wanted to focus on like the ascension and descending matter of the residential units and the practice spaces. This is one residential unit, and this is the other residential unit, the bigger one being the place for living, studying, and stuff like that. And then the second smaller one on bottom or on top reflects more of a sleeping space, resting area. And here are my practice spaces, one right here, the second one right here, which also follows that same motion as these, descending into a different practice space to differentiate from this one and that one. And here, this bottom one, we see that relationship between the courtyard and the practice spaces, and the performance space that is right under this the residential units. Here's some elevations. Here's my west elevation that is in connection with my neighboring site. My neighboring site does have a wall that blocks most of my west elevation, where I just really wanted to highlight, relating back to Ogiati, was this motion where like you don't understand, or like there's a sense of you have to explore the interior of the spaces to really get a full grasp of what's going on interiorly. So I did that. I try to relate to that by making these solid walls that are just, they're defined by either they're shifted inward or outward to really show like the different units, the programmatic spaces, but we really can't understand the relationship until you go into the structure. And here's my north elevation on the back side of my structure that shows the openings of light for the residential units, and the practice spaces underneath are blocked away from light. And here's a axonometric of a sectional drawing that really just highlights the relationship between my second floor courtyard, third floor space, and then my performance space underneath, and how it's all really enclosed, and really the only access is this one staircase into those private places. And here's a material palette. I really wanted to relate back to Ogiati by using a white concrete, which really, I really fell in love with the white concrete when we were studying his work, and how it's like really, it has a reflective property that really takes on the ambient light of the, like in sunsets or sunrises, where it really just follows the light of the ambient around it. And I also wanted to use wood, which I found was it's a soft material that helped a lot with acoustics, and those are mainly dominant in my residential and performance areas and practice spaces. And here's a circulation diagram that again emphasizes that ascension and descension into the private and to the practice spaces. And here's a plan of my public circulation and egress that really shows that I wanted to give multiple accesses of entrance and exit to avoid a conjunction of people, and how there's a relationship between this exterior access to the restrooms and interior access to the restroom. And here's an exploded of my programmatic spaces, which of the stacking motion that I have residential spaces, communal spaces, and practice spaces, and they're all stacked on top of each other to just get this like ascending motion to my project. And here I just wanted to show my residential units, which now that in times of COVID, I felt like kind of struggling now that I'm in my apartment, that that my desk is literally like 2 steps away from my bed, and it's like really unmotivating to get to studying. And so I really wanted to create a distinction between that living space and my sleeping space, to just have a differentiation between both of them and really just create a sense of almost realm-like feeling. And here's a render of my interior second floor atrium. That's my kitchen space right here in the background, with the access to the residential units on this side and my practice spaces on this side. And we have this hidden staircase from the public that goes into the 3rd floor. And here's the ascension from the ground floor into my 2nd floor, which is the only viewable aspect of from the public into the 2nd floor atrium. And then here's an entrance view that highlights my ticket booth on this side and then a coffee shop in the background, and how I have this glazed facade that is just repeating pattern into my entrance into my performance space. And the northeast perspective, which is the back facade with my residential units with natural light occurring into them, relating to my neighboring building in Ogiati. And finally, my last slide shows in a southeast perspective of the project and how the blocks are shifted and orthogonal in comparison to this public structure that follows the site and the neighboring project. That is my presentation, and I thank y'all for being here and listening to my presentation today.
Thanks, Fernando.
So Fernando, I think there's a lot of formal success here. And I have to compliment you on how much work you've done. I mean, that was a very thoroughly, I think, researched project. Maybe not unlike the first project we looked at. I'm wondering sort of what the overarching concern is, you know? And sometimes it doesn't make itself immediately apparent, okay? I mean, sometimes when you're designing, you're really not sure what it is you're trying to achieve with your design, right? But there's usually a moment where it kind of raises its hand and it's like, this is what I'm about, right? And for me, you know, listening to your presentation and seeing what you've made, that moment kind of emerges from a decision that you made early in the project, but maybe didn't recognize early on, or recognize later. And that is this subtle rotation that happens, right? So where, you know, you've got the base of your building that's recognizing the street edge and the geometry of the street. And then as you move up, it cranks, right? And that's a really simple move that can generate a lot of really interesting spatial and structural kind of repercussions, okay? And it's interesting that you're talking about Ogiati, because I think I have this love-hate thing with Ogiati. Like, I really like some of what he's made, but some of his writing just kind of really pisses me off because he just sounds so, I don't know, like his is the only opinion that matters. But I think what he would have done, and I'm not saying you should do what he did, but in this case, because of what you did, I think it could be interesting. What he would have done was he would have expressed that twist, right? He would have either let the structure twist as it moves up, you know, columns sort of get torqued out of position, or, you know, the form would get torqued out of position. And he would have let, I think that, he would have let the design energy necessary in resolving the difference between those two geometries be the project, you know? And he would have been in your face about it. And so, you know, that's what I see your project is about right now. You know, it's just kind of that crank, right? And I would like to see it expressed a little more strongly instead of just two boxes that sit on top of one another. how does one box really kind of how does one change to accept the other? Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
You know, for me, I think one of the things that was really interesting about your project that I didn't pick up on until we got into like axonometrics and then finally into the imagery was this relationship between the outdoor and indoor space, which I don't know that you focused much on. I think you talked a lot about ascension, which I credit you for, because there is a sense of a procession from this sort of ground level at, you know, street frontage up through this project. And I appreciate that outdoor space that's happening between, like, I don't know if I necessarily agree with this idea that you needed to create sort of a barrier between the public realm and this sort of performance space. Like in some ways, I think that could have really been focused on and decided, like, is this supposed to be a performance space on its own? Like this exterior space be a performance space and not just, you know, part of the, like a hidden procession. But I think that that's an important thing to think about, is that when you're talking about something like this idea of accession or procession, is who is it for, and are you expecting, or are you inviting the sort of general public to end up in that courtyard that's sort of surrounded by residences that to me seems like a very private space? And so this kind of goes back to a little bit what I was talking about with the last one with program, is that it's important to make sure that the things that you're doing support, like that you think about it as sort of individually and holistically, that you pay attention to what it is that you're trying to achieve as a diagram or as an idea, and then make sure that the things that you're putting in place still support that. And so I keep imagining that I'm supposed to eventually, and I don't have Judith's skills with Zoom, so I don't know how to sketch on this, but I keep looking at this very top space that's kind of sandwiched between the two wings of the building, and thinking, like, is that actually the goal? Is that where I end up getting to? And so I think it's important to think about the gestures you make in the building, to make sure that they're sort of supporting the major ideas and thinking through who you're making these spaces for. But I will say sectionally, it's really a very complex problem or project, and I think you've done a really great job with it. I know, like Judith was saying, like, we're going to keep talking about this image because it's on the screen, but your residential volume there is really kind of sophisticated, the way that the facade sort of slips up past the first floor of it and becomes the handrail for the second floor. And so I think you've done some really interesting things here. But to me, it would be a little bit of going back to that initial idea, and like, what would that diagram of, like, not circulation, but purposeful sort of circulation, and whether or not you should have, if you needed to think through a little bit better how the public and the private should be either linking together or staying apart from one another.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Yeah.
I observed designers seem to draw everything they know and then work on what they don't know. They don't just put everything sort of in flux. Like, so major decisions were made. And what I see here, I thought was, you created this plinth at the top of the auditorium, and everything that was above that and everything that was very different from everything that was below that. It was like there were two different worlds. And I thought, what you draw everything you know is that you knew you had this auditorium. I'm not so sure I agree that it's a parallelogram, but whatever it is, it's just this auditorium with focused ways. And then you have these sort of cellular pieces, which are the housing, and then these boxes that are performance practice rooms. What you don't know is the circulation. And I think that's where the problem was in your particular problem. I think the circulation could have been much more exuberant. I would have perhaps maybe in the front of the building put a stairwell up, an outside stairway up to this plinth. I would have had more than one way to get into the auditorium. I would have had a more more different ways to get up to this plinth. And then once I get up to this plinth area, the circulation has to be something that's designed in section, that begins to be the volume and the spatial and the sort of canyon-like volumes that you're using to pull all of the project together. So it becomes that discovery space on the inside that lifts the spirit. I think when you go to a performance of a theater, the sort of lobby scene, I'm thinking of Ulrich Franzen's new Alley Theater in Houston, where there's this grand stairwell that, you know, that they even have a piano playing while you go get to your seat. So it's like you're being seen and everybody's seeing you. It's really almost as much of a performance as the one that's actually going on in the auditorium. But I think there was some really rich opportunities. And maybe you're a little bit myopic here in terms of that, because you're really good at your focused studies about the being able to draw and being able to model everything. But I think what's really missing to me is this sort of glue area, or maybe this red thread of volume and circulation that may be thought of in a completely different way. It is the design that would make this project particularly worthy, I think. You know, in the project next to you, I think there's a plinth, and then there's this volume space, and then there's this other object on top of that. You know, I think that's a clue. And you know, I think that's about suggesting that the volume is both vertical as well as horizontal in the particular area. So again, I think that would be much more interesting if that was a volume, that, you know, a 3-story volume, and maybe the circulation of bridges that connect from one end to the other through that volume. But I think you draw everything you know, and what you knew what you wanted was the cellular-like housing, the acoustic quality and the spatial quality of the auditorium, and what was going to be fun, or should be fun, what was going to really make your project memorable would be the volume and the circulations that connect all of those spaces together.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you. You can, you know, as I always say, having the final views is the time when you can reopen the project, and because that's when you really see it. So this could be comments for the next iteration. But I think that what you've achieved, Fernando, is actually you took on a very complex series of interests and issues that you wanted to tackle. And we spent a lot of time trying to actually simplify and strip it back to the bare minimum that was necessary to actually express the basic concepts. And I think that you know, much closer to that now. It was very hard for you to deal with the light, you know, bringing light to all the living units. You've done great work in reshuffling everything so that it actually works. I think it works really well in section. I totally agree with Michael's comment about the circulation that could be more prominent. And now that it works, because he was also one of those difficult aspects of the project, you know, you could take it and say, okay, I'm gonna make you the principal driver here, or you could, you know, keep on working on that. But anyway, I think that you've done a great, you know, job figuring it all out, and working a lot in section really paid off in your case. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Erin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. And can you see the slide without anything blocking it?
Yeah, we can see, it's perfect, yeah.
My name's Erin Nolan, and I've named my project Harmony. So we've already gone over the location quite a bit, so I want to just point out some of the things that I noticed that were particularly interesting to me. It's on a very busy road, and there are lots of homes and residences surrounding it, but also a lot of businesses. And there would be a lot of foot traffic in this area despite the busy road because of the community center that was made in the inspiration of sauna to the left of the site and the small businesses behind it. And I really wanted to be able to connect to both sides of my project, with the sauna group being on the same elevation as the street and being able to connect to people on the elevation behind it. So when we got this brief, and it was about musicians and music, as a violinist from all of middle school and high school, I already had some thoughts about that. And there were a few things that particularly interested me. And one of which was the way that the strings on instruments oscillate when you're playing them. And it just makes this wave pattern that's also reminiscent of the waves that are created by the wakes of the boat in the lake that's so close to here. And I'd been particularly interested in sound waves in my 9th grade physics class, and the connection to how that was physically visible on the violin, and how it was just something that looked so beautiful but was just sound, and it was so simple as sound. And so I knew that with the precedent of the curvature in the sauna group to the left of me, that I really wanted to implement that into my project. So that's where I began in diagramming this, and I have it so it follows these 3 waves, sound waves, that create a harmony. And for the focus on this, since I know orchestral instruments so well, I really wanted to focus on that and create something that they could just come together. And so it would just be string instruments as well as a piano for when there's soloist. And I wanted to make it so there could be any type of combination of them, quartet, trio, soloist, whatever the musicians felt like doing. And you can see elevations through the cross street and the boulevard in front of it. And you can see the sauna project to the left. So here is more about the programming of the site. It, as I said, goes from flat elevation of the street, and then behind it, it's at the sloped elevation of the street that goes across, and it's connected on that way. And I have the front building as the more public building, and then the building behind it is more private, to where you'd enter in that middle section, as you can see in section D, and you'd enter in that way. And then you either buy your ticket there, or you'd show them your ticket, and then you'd grant access to the theater, or you can go to your right where the cafe is, and there's ability to go above that into extension of the cafe and a bridge-like lookout area to be able to see the views and be able to see across to the lake. And then if you go into the ticketing area and turn directly to the left, no, the cafe is on the right, and then the circulation's to the left, and that will also bring you up to that balcony area, but it will also bring you down to the performance hall, which is directly below that front building. And then the building behind this is dedicated specifically to the residential musicians. And when they enter from the side of the small businesses, so they're able to get that connection and be separated, but still have the choice to be connected to the rest of the project, or to the rest of the site, I mean. And when they enter, there's a small library, and then when they keep going to the right, there's a small gathering space with a fireplace. And going more into the building, into where above are the residences, in that first space are 3 practice rooms that are stagnant and don't move. And then beyond that is this parallel that has many practice rooms in it, and the walls would be moving to where they can adjust however to accompany the size of their group. And that practice area overlooks the sauna project to the left. And so they're able to see out there or choose if they want to. And they're also able to go practice out there or perform for anyone who is walking by there or enjoying that space, just if they want to, if it's a nice day. So just giving them that option. And then as you can see in the blue and section B in the yellow, we have all the living units. And for most of my living units, except the ADA accessible ones, I have this living unit layout that I developed, and I have it as a 2-story layout with the kitchenette and living space and bathroom in the bottom, and then the stairs go up to a loft space because I always grew up in a 2-story house, and I felt like, at least for me, it made it more home and made me feel more grounded to live in somewhere that had 2 stories. And on this stair, there's this little nook where you can sit and read if you want to, or just sit there and do whatever. And then here you can really see the performance hall underneath the front building. It's directly underneath it, and you can see the circulation going down. And then in the section to the right, there is a practice space behind it that connects to backstage. And the elevator from that is directly from next to the practice rooms in the building behind it, where the musicians are, so they can go directly without having to walk past anyone coming to see them perform. And it's also a space for storage as well as a final practice space right before walking on stage. And then here are more Enscape renderings. In the bottom left, there's that overlook I was talking about with the practice rooms. And we're standing inside the sauna project looking out to my project. And so you see how there could be that connection. And then directly to the right in the smaller picture is the cafe. And then to the right beyond that is looking right inside, walking into the residence area. And you can see the fireplace gathering area. And then above that's just a general overlook of my project. And then for materials, I really wanted to use just these strips of wood and kind of layer them so they look kind of like orchestral instruments. And then I wanted to use reclaimed barnwood because we have a lot of that around here, and it's easily accessible. And then steel for mullions, and then white concrete. And then this is final view of my project.
Thank you, Erin.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say that it's interesting. All 3 of you have been musicians, and
yeah,
you know, I think that gives you a unique insight into this. I thought your fascination with trying to graphically understand sound waves, the physics of sound waves. I didn't know if you were actually playing in with what we know in acoustics is called the equal loudness curve, which is basically a notion that human hearing is, it changes at whatever hertz we're hearing the sound at. So sounds below 500 hertz have a certain kind of loudness, and sounds that are over 1,000 hertz have another kind of loudness, and the spoken word is in between. And it depends on what kind of performance that you're doing for the music as to what kind of acoustic quality you want within it. Like for instance, organ recital halls are huge volumes, so that the sound cascades and you have overtones. I thought that may be what you were doing with these very prominent curvilinear pieces onto the building, but it doesn't seem to me that they are. I thought there were going to be ways under which the auditorium, for instance, expanded its volume upwards. I would have bought it more then, but right now it just seems to be a sort of visual tokenism, as opposed to a really, what I would say, fundamental volumetric expression of what you wanted the auditorium or what you wanted the performance to be. So I can see expanding the auditorium and changing the auditorium so these volumes begin to reach upwards, and that you actually use the space in between them on this upper floor to sort of enter into the space. It's actually the entry to the circulation space between the two buildings, which allows you to sort of get down into that auditorium. But I'd be very careful about sort of using what seems to be more of a gimmick, and because I don't think it is fundamental. You know, when I looked at your building plan, if I'd seen the building plan before I saw the building elevation or building massing, I wouldn't have necessarily guessed that this is how it was going to be. You know, it could have been done in a much more a straightforward phenomenon. I think the real essence of your design is that you built two buildings and you have this circulation space in between them. You know, and then expanding the volumes that you're doing vertically, I think could have been maybe a little stronger, especially in the housing one. You guys are musicians, you're architects, trying to be architects. And I used to be, when we actually got to meet in Goldsmith Hall, the students told me that the very most important thing was who delivers food late night. That was one of the first things that they found out being in the studio, because, you know, you get into working and you go, oh, I haven't eaten in 2 days, much less slept. I'm just so into my kind of work in it. I think that maybe instead of having individual kitchenettes or something, maybe there's something in that sort of common space that, you know, facilitates those kinds of things. And the rooms end up being crash pads, so to speak, and practice. You know, the room can serve as a practice studio as well when they're not sleeping. And that, you know, in those cases, the sort of volumes that unite the spaces become a much bigger element. That's what I mean by not making them sort of superficial, that you actually design the building in terms of that volume, because you're really getting back into that sort of sound wave. How does the sound perform differently in volumes? Because the sound inside a space is affected by the shaping of that space. So you can enhance the acoustics inside. It's very difficult to do that outside. So you know, there's a very, very different kind of space when you're starting to play, when you put that sine wave actually into the volume. If you could bring those two ideas together, I think the building project would have been much stronger.
I agree, absolutely. I think the question you need to ask yourself is, how am I expressing the idea of harmony in my project, okay? And what Professor Garrison is saying is that you need to move it beyond a picture, okay? A picture of a sound wave, and into something that actually achieves that harmony architecturally, okay? So I think it's fine to start with the idea of a sound wave, but then you need to kind of tip it out of the diagram and into something that actually achieves the harmony in your project. So does it weave back and forth? Is it, you know, is the sound wave actually circulation that weaves back and forth in my project and achieves the harmony between the two volumes, right? Or is it something that happens sectionally through the project that allows you to achieve that harmony? You can go back and encode it later. You know, maybe it's always wood, you know, so that we understand, so that you're bringing the diagram back to our attention. But the diagram in the meantime has, again, kind of left the realm of the picture and become, you know, something that is much more fundamental to the organization of your space. Okay.
Okay.
Because I mean, you've got two buildings right now. What I see as achieving the harmony is the consistent material palette, not so much the dipping of the wave, right? There could have been an opportunity maybe in plan for something to weave back and forth between them. Or like I said, you know, maybe weave in section. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Erin, could you go back one slide?
Yes. To here or before?
Yeah, just the other views. Because I just wanted to point out, like, I actually think there's some really interesting spatial moments that you started to highlight here, and I appreciate that you're thinking about materiality. I agree with everything that Judith and Michael said. I think it's a challenge to take something that's sort of a metaphoric idea and find a way to translate that into something that's spatial, or maybe it's about how the programming is working. You know, as Judith was talking about weaving, I was thinking about compression, right? Those sine waves are sort of large and small, and you could imagine seeing that as sort of walls or something in plan. But I think that, you know, you've definitely got an eye for composing spaces. I just would encourage you that as it's hard because, right, you worked all the way up to this point to get to here so that you could show us what the lobby and or the cafe looks like. And it's a hard thing to be getting to that point early on, but these are the moments where I think you have to kind of try to get to some of the spatial ideas quicker than the end, so that you can see whether or not the ideas that you're trying to express are actually showcasing themselves in space, in sort of three-dimensional space. Because I think that that's kind of what we're all getting at, is that this sine wave idea is like something you either want to see very explicitly. Like I was thinking like the Jørn Utzon church in Copenhagen. It's got this beautiful sort of corrugated roof structure. And I could imagine, I was sort of expecting to see like the belly of that sine wave inside the sort of concert space below. So like whether the thing that you're trying to push is actually having a spatial impact, you can kind of start to see in these that there's remnants of it, but it didn't really sort of coalesce and come out spatially. And so I think that it's a difficult thing what you tried to do. And so I would encourage you to think about it both ways, right? Whether it's something that you can try to distill into something that's more architectural or see more spatially. But I think that's kind of, I think we're kind of saying the same thing over and over again. So I'll stop.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the comments. I think, you know, Erin, knowing the history of your project, we've had similar conversations throughout, you know, the development. I think what happens is that she's a very fast designer, incredibly skilled at going through various iterations, you know, from one session to the next, which was really surprising to me at this level. But and what happened is that we probably looked at 4 or 5 different organizations and ways of using of these waves in the project. And unfortunately, what happened is that Erin kept on struggling with resolving an issue related to daylight, and then there was an issue of setbacks. So we kept on going back and forth. And I think what happened is that you unfortunately kind of focused too much on resolving those issues and did not have enough time and focus on what was driving the project. Because initially, actually, I think many of the things that are mentioned here were kind of happening where we were looking at this wave being somehow informed by the direction of staircases that were supposed to travel along that, by the inclination of the concert hall, right? The seating areas. And all of that was, you know, as I think Michael said, snippets of that are still here, but it's all somehow disconnected. And I totally agree also with, you know, what Michael was saying, if there was more of a material and acoustic take on that would make it even stronger. It's always really dangerous when a diagram remains just a formal element in the project. So I would really encourage you, yes, to explore this kind of approaches to design, but then really explore all the different possible opportunities that you find in a diagram that go beyond the formal expression. Yeah, so that's probably the most important thing. But with your capacity to work through iterations, I think you were positioned to do some great work. Just be really curious about all the different opportunities that you find in diagrams, in ideas, in concepts that you start with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily, last but not least.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Lovely. Okay, I've been waiting all day for this. Okay. Is it good? Nothing is in the way?
Yes. Perfect. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so my name is Emily, and this is what I call my rockin' residence. So this is the site that you're by now probably pretty familiar with. It's on Lake Austin Boulevard with the intersection of Hearn Street. We have a few surrounding buildings, and I also had the sauna design as my neighbor. So this is the first view that I took a lot of consideration into. This is what I kind of thought of in my mind as the drive-by view. So as you're driving on the street or you're walking down the sidewalk, this is the view of the site you're getting. And this is just what exists now. To cleaners, and up the top is what it's going to look like without that cleaners there. And that's kind of the site I started to work from. And this is a view from Hearn Street of the same site. And this view kind of reinforces the idea of the sloping of the site, which was something that had to be dealt with pretty considerably in this project. So I was also in my high school band, but I took it a very different direction because 4 years was plenty for me. So I started looking at the core of a rock band. And so the basis for a rock band is 2 guitars, a bass, and a drum. And then you can add a piano, a vocalist, you can add all these components together. And so the basic idea of this is that you have these core components and these individuals that specialize in these, and they all come together and produce music as a group or a band. So a couple other ideas I had originally was borrowing the shape idea from the sauna neighbor. The nice curvature of their design really inspired me in terms of the proportion and the shape of it. And in this neighborhood, I really wanted to have something that's going to be so community-based, tie into what's around it. So I don't want to say stole, I want to say I was inspired by their idea in terms of the curvature for a pretty big part of my project. And then the other main idea that I tried to keep central to my project was this wrapping of functional space. So to me, the core idea was these ideas of collaboration and bringing people together into a space, which is something that sauna promotes. There's a quote from our original research that is, architecture is how people meet in space. So I wanted to keep this as a central theme. So in the public space, the central idea would be the performance area. And in the private space, with residential space, the core area would be the places where these individuals spend time together outside of their rooms, where they can just create music or just spend time together and grow their chemistry as musicians. So just a couple images from my sketchbook showing my design process a bit. On the left, you can see how I thought about that curvature, at least from the exterior, and then how I envisioned that playing out in the interior. And then the one on the right is a more developed version further down the line of my project, where you can see how this is the ground floor, how I related the curvature of the public space to the more orthogonal organization of the residential and private spaces for the musicians to practice. And then on the bottom of that one is how I wanted to relate to the site, kind of pushing up right against it, if not burrowing into it. And so for my musician portrait again, I hope to attract with this design individual performers who come to this musician in residence as an individual, and they come and they can meet other performers and grow together as a group and help grow their craft. So this is my study model. I focused on the massing of the different components being the public performance space with coffee shop and ticketing areas, the practice spaces for the musicians, the residential blocks, and then the common gathering space for the musicians as well. So I created these kind of boxes and arranged them on a site that I created roughly. And this is kind of how I started developing the massing for my model, just pushing them around, stacking them in different ways, and also seeing what would physically work in terms of the physics of making this structure in real life. So this is the top view of the site with my building in it. And I'll zoom into this later, but the curvature of the front of it relating to the sauna building next door, and then the back of it relating more towards the lines of the site. So this is the ground floor plan. In this one, there's a pretty big focus for me. What I worked on a lot was the flow from the public performance space to the practice space, which is more private and for the musicians. So out here, we have the coffee shop over here and the ticketing over here, kind of to the side, so that this central area is for the free flow of people into the space. And then this is the performance hall. In here, this would be the stage. And then above, we have a balcony for extra seating so that they can accommodate more people. And this could either be used as an open space, or as I'll show later on, you could have it almost set up as like a music bar where you have a bunch of tables for seating. And then this would be the area for public bathrooms. And then when we go through here, this becomes sort of the area for my bonus space, which is a music school. So because this is being built in a community, there's a lot of residents around, and they're not necessarily musicians, but I still wanted them to be able to benefit from this space even more than just viewing performances. So kind of in a relationship to the community, there would be a music school set up here, and they could utilize this space. And then this outdoor space is also contained for them to be able to spill outside and enjoy the pretty beautiful, consistently Austin weather. And then heading back into here, it's a little more separate. This would be the practice areas for the musicians. These are all individual rooms. And then this is a little bit of a different space in that it's not necessarily a room, it's a smaller stage. But I imagined having these soundproof panels that would slide together to enclose it so it could become a room. But if they wanted to perform mock performances within the private space for each other, they could do that as well with this different area. And then this is the backstage of the for the performers, and they enter through this little hallway between. So this is the second floor. This is where on this end of the project, the residential units start. I have my ADA unit on this floor, which is accessible from the entrance that the musicians will use, which would be this one back here. This is the common gathering space for the musicians. And then they have access to the balcony that overlooks the performance space. And then the third floor is the rest of my residential units. We have the spiral staircase leading up there. It overlooks this Hearn Street on this side. And then there's this sort of pathway around the atrium on the bottom floor. So it's open to what's below, but still provides a complete pathway for the musicians to interact with each other on the top floor. So these are the circulations for the different levels. So this is the ground floor. So as I mentioned, this end is more public, as well as the music school over here, which would allow for the public to come inside. And then these arrows are multicolored to show that the performers, the musicians can go into their individual practice rooms, or they can come out and use the space in here to collaborate and create music together. The mixed and transitional, that's for administrative purposes, like here and here. This is mixed because it could be both individual or collaborative. And then out here, this wasn't a super resolved part of my project, which is kind of a time constraint, but this access back here to this hill on the site would also have purposes for both the public and the private residents who live here. And then this is the second level of circulation. So as we can see, the residents come in here, so it's individual and that the public doesn't have access. And then the same sort of interaction with individual and collaborative from the residences themselves. So when they go into their individual units, they can be alone, but when they go out, they're into this collaborative space. And then up here would be the transition between the private residences and the public who can also access the balcony space. And then lastly, on the third floor, we have the same individual and collaborative mix. This one's a little different in that the collaborative circulation doesn't go into the center, and it's more of a kind of meeting people on the way to a different destination within the same floor, but it still has the same underlying organization. This just clarifies the type of space a little further and more specifically what the functions would be. So the individual spaces would be the residences and the practice rooms where there's a better chance of you being able to work by yourself. And then within those spaces, as I mentioned previously, they're kind of wrapping around this collaborative space. That's the core of what I believe the purpose of this project should be, which is collaboration between musicians. And then we have transitional spaces and mixed spaces, which have purposes for both the residents and potentially the public or other administrative workers. And then we have the strict performance space, which is definitely public, as well as the ticketing and the coffee shop that wrap around it. So this is the south elevation. It's the what I was calling before the drive-by view. So from the street, on the left you have the neighbor who is Sana, and so I kind of didn't relate to them too much in height. I didn't want to try to compete with them at all because it was a very tall structure. And so this kind of shows the stacking of volumes from my site, and also as well shows the slope on the right side that my building kind of tucks into. And then this is a section taken from that same view, which cuts through the performance space. And this kind of emphasizes the wrapping of the public functions. As you can see on the sides here, we have these two volumes that cut through, and they protect and insulate the performance space from the outside and kind of keep it a mystery from people passing by. This is the east elevation from Fern Street again, showing the slope and how my building tucks into that site a little bit. And then a section taken from that same view, which bisects both the performance space and the residential space. And something I wanted to highlight here is this connection between residential and public with this little pathway that lets them access the balcony from the common gathering space in the residential units. This is my sectional axometric with everything, all the context and everything. I cut through the transitional space between the performance and the residential space, as well as the middle of the residential area, which I highlight in the zoomed in version, which is just my building. And in this one, you can really see the double height space of the atriums in the residential area, as well as the connection between public and residential space with that same access point. And then for materiality, I really wanted to keep it relating to the neighborhood because this building is much larger than what's around it for the most part. So I thought a good way to keep it grounded would be to visually connect it to the area. So this brick was inspired by a restaurant, which is, I believe, just across the street, slightly diagonal to this site. So I used similar colors to that. They're pretty neutral, not too glaring. The stucco comes from the Side Street Home store, which is currently on the site and is on the upper area towards the back of the site, which we had the option to keep or get rid of. And I was trying to keep it, but it wasn't working with my design. So kind of in a nod to what used to be there, use the stucco. And then the glass comes from the inspiration with Sana, who I was very well familiar with glass by the end of researching them. They use it in literally every single one of their projects to an extreme extent. So I thought it was only appropriate. And it also kind of help to encapsulate the performance space in a way that would invite the public without giving too much away about what goes on inside. And then below, I just have the details and finishes that I used, different types of metals, concrete, and wood, keeping it all very neutral because I want this space to really be made by the artists themselves. So having them come in and their style of music and what their inspiration comes from kind of create the detail visuals of the space. So my first rendering is just an aerial view of the site, relating to all of its context. This kind of space here is meant to just be able to invite people from both directions coming. I don't want to really block off any part of my building from the street. I really want it to be inviting from all angles, which is why I have this here, this being glass and all this space for people to come close, see what's going on inside to hopefully encourage them to come in. But then as we go back a little bit, this becomes more of a functional space with a distinct purpose of extending the music school out there. And then this is my drive-by view. So you can again see the stacking of the volumes and how the wrapping of the glass around this center area would invite people in because they can see people milling about inside and going into the performance space, but they're not able to have access to what's going on inside the performance space because there's no windows through the brick. And then this is the interior. It's standing almost right as you come in, as a musician would come in from the door from the back of the site. So they're looking into this double height atrium, and here's the pathway where they would be able to access the balcony. And I really want to highlight here how just as soon as they come out of their rooms, they're entered into this collaborative environment. So it really forces them to get to know each other, get to mingle, and hopefully encourages them to grow together as musicians. And then for my final rendering, this is the performance space. As I mentioned before, I kind of want it to be an open, functional type of space where you could have it for sort of like a mob type of gathering for a concert, or you could have it be more of a music bar type where people sit and they listen to a certain set for the night. And then as you can see up here, we have the balcony that overlooks everything. And this would be the main way for the public to access it, as well as for the individual musicians to access it. And I will end on this so that is the focus of my project.
Thank you, Emily. Thanks.
Emily, I thought Judy said earlier about this is a semester where you begin to find your legs. I think if you can go back to your floor plan, I think that what I think you're trying to do here is maybe I think the project got away from you. And what I mean by that is that it seems to be that you've designed this in just floor plan, 2 dimensions. And so you're making decisions that seem to be cognitive decisions. And what I'm not seeing is this sort of like development of a sort of a 3-dimensionality to it. So you're drawing in 2 dimensions, but you're thinking in 3 dimensions, and then we're going to be trying to get you to think sequentially. So as you're moving through the building, you begin to experience it over time, and it becomes a 4-dimensional. So I think what happens in some ways when I say you're thinking about the project cognitively is that, you know, you're saying this is a room, and this is a bathroom, and this is a balcony, and this is that. Whereas I could say, I think if you distill this thing down, so you're trying to find your legs, but you're trying to run before you know how to walk. And what I mean by that is again, I would have taken the top piece, the residential piece, and made it a square. You see, now it's a form. I would have taken the auditorium piece and make it a circle, which is what you were trying to do. But it's not really a sort of a circle. And you know, I would not necessarily recommend a circle because there's sound focusing going on it. But I mean, the Globe Theater, which was Shakespearean, had that quality. People stood in the middle, and there was a balcony all around for the more expensive seats. And the stage was actually on more than one level. But it was, you know, it was that almost that pure form, and that it was sort of like in the round, so that the actors and were part of the audience, and there was a completely different way of thinking about it. But I'm saying there's a square up at the top, a pure form, a platonic form. There's a circle at the bottom, but I wouldn't necessarily make this lobby that sort of pinches down into a very uncomfortable space. You know, I would have kept it as a pure form. And then if I have to add something like a lobby to it, then I might put a rectangle right at that entry. And so I have a square, a circle, a rectangle, and maybe I have a void in between the two spaces. And then I just represent those forms. So I'm, you know, they end up sort of like, I'm going back and forth from thinking cognitively and plan to thinking in a pattern, which is a form making. And if you can get the forms and the patterns, the pattern of the forms, and then make the circulation sort of evolve with those forms, then you're going to find that it's easier. It's a lot easier than trying to, like in this case, it seems as if the forms got all melted together. And it ends up becoming some very awkward joints as a consequence of that. So I think if you just looked at it like sort of like the sort of square, the circle, a rectangle, some other types of forms like this, and then how I'm putting them together, I think you would have had a much easier time of developing this. So you're thinking both in form and in plan at the same time. They both come together. You're designing in section and in plan at the same time. I was lucky enough when I was a young architect to be involved on the Kimball. I worked for one of the architects who was in Khan's office, who was a local architect, and he came in and presented the project. I thought it was really interesting. I didn't know he went to college on a music scholarship, that he was a concert pianist, and that the music that he had learned was a pattern, as he described it. So he described the Kimball as saying, the grid is a musical score. And the notes on that grid, which was the way we look at music, were the objects within the museum. And they were, in some cases, staircases, or they were light wells, or the way that he was dividing up the space. But it was a composition, the way somebody might think of as a musician in terms of choreographing the kind of space. So I think what I would recommend, especially next semester, is try to purify your ideas a little bit in terms of the forms, and sort of like begin to just like, you know, if you can design a really great box, a really great square, a really great, you know, cylinder, you know, and then find ways to link them together, that this project, I think, could have been a whole lot more successful. But I think it's just because the way you looked at it, you designed it in plan, and now you're rationalizing it as a building. And I think you really want to think of it as a way of choreographing spaces, and those spaces begin to have meaning. You know, the Kennedy Museum that in Boston, it's out on the lake, is an example where Pei actually took those platonic forms and put them together in a kind of a building composition. But, you know, I think I would really caution you not to try to do something that maybe is so complex at the beginning, and try to actually get down and learn the fundamentals before you start trying to run. Kind of, again, told us, like, you don't learn how to do music by starting with Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And you learn that, you know, musicians start with, you know, Mary Had a Little Lamb or Chopsticks, and they play it again and again and again and again. They practice it so much that it becomes second nature. And then they develop onto it. So I think I want you to sort of like distill your project down to the basics, you know, the basic compositions, and figure out how you're going to join these different forms together. And I think you'll have a much more progressive way of learning as you move forward.
Yeah, I tend to agree here. I think that you kept talking about this idea of how a band is made up, right? That it's made up of these different members and the instruments that they play. And that's what brings together this cohesive idea or this cohesive band. And I think that it's a great way of starting. It's like, it's a really sort of, to me, a clear thesis. Like a band is sort of made up of its components. And I think what you did was you jumped from there straight into like, okay, the band is like, we're already making music. Like, and you were solving everything as sort of singular problems that kind of followed the next one. And so I think you made some really like rational decisions. Like when you took us through the plan, I didn't doubt pretty much any of the locations of the spaces you put there. But when we saw the sort of the output of it, and this I think what Michael was talking about, is that we just sort of saw the plan spit out in 3 dimensions. It was just 3 floors pancaked together. And I think that, you know, when I think this image is kind of great too, because I keep glancing over at the sauna like inspired building. And what's interesting about it is that you have circles and you have a rectangle, and the thing in between is trying to mitigate between the two. And I think that you were probably trying to head there, but because you never really were able to distill it into singular objects and then weave them together, it just kind of started to turn into one thing. And so I think that what Michael was saying is really important, is to try to get, you know, the diagram you made of the band, you need to try to make that in your building. Like whether it be spaces, whether it be particular like sort of groupings of program, but try to distill it down. So in your case, I think what Michael was saying, I kind of agree with, just based on where you were headed, is like, is the school and the residences some sort of more orthogonal form, and the concert venue is something more circular. And then it's really the two things, bringing them together, that has to now find a relationship between those two geometries, right? Like it becomes, whether it's completely snake-like, like on the left, or if it's just starts to suggest some of the curves of one sort of merging with the form of the more orthogonal. It's just that I think that that's what it needed to have first, so that like, and it's a difficult thing, because what we're asking you to do is solve these sort of very technical problems of like how you circulate and how adjacency should work. And we're saying that the form of the building, the overall affect, needs to be cohesive and follow a diagram. So it's a challenge, but I think that I would encourage you to definitely start with continue to go back and forth, right? Like you get to this point, you try to solve some problems, then you go back to your diagram and ask the question, are the things that I'm doing actually feeding back to the general or overall thesis of the project? And so I'm not necessarily sure I know what your thesis is for this project, but I think that there was the thing that you talked about, and then sort of the building at the end. And I think that it's kind of asking yourself, as you're drawing that building, as you're thinking and making those decisions, is that feeding back to this overall idea of like, you know, the building is this sort of this band, like is the building a band, and it's made up of all these pieces, and it's how they come together. So I really do want to like say that I think that you've put together a really clear presentation and thinking about how you put these spaces next to one another. But it was really I think the part that got that sort of the missed opportunity here was really the thinking of the bigger idea, the thrust of the project. Like, what was it that you were trying to accomplish?
I mean, I think you took on a huge challenge for yourself. I mean, the early history of architecture was, a lot of it was the search for how to resolve the conflict between a square and a circle, right? Like, how do you move from a dome to an orthogonal plan, right? And, you know, it tripped up architects for centuries, right? Until they figured out that there was this little piece that kind of mediates between the dome, the circular plan, and the orthogonal base that it rests on. It's called a squinch, okay? Which is a great word that every architecture student should know and throw around because nobody else knows what a squinch is. But it's this funny sort of curved triangular space that allows the dome to kind of morph into the orthogonal base, right? And, you know, I think, I think what you took on was just really hard. You know, how you resolve these two essentially incompatible geometries. And maybe, maybe the answer is in the squinch, you know, not literally reproducing the squinch, but in looking for, you know, a way of transitioning from one to the other, right? So I think in Michael's suggestion, you know, these two things can kind of cohabitate side by side, more or less compatibly, right? The square form and the circular form. There's another idea that might, you know, that might be more about how these two things are actually in tension or friction, right? Like how do you, if you slam a circular plan into a square neighbor, you know, what happens? Who defers, right? Like when does the circular form, when is it allowed to take precedence? When does the more orthogonal form, you know, take precedence? So I think there are all kinds of strategies for doing this. But I think you just, it's a big challenge, right? I think too, that maybe at a certain point, regardless of where you start and even the form that you end up with, you have to look at how it's working on the site, okay? And actually one of my favorite images was the elevation from the street, your street view that you talked about, because that form was really clear. I mean, it had a legibility and an identity, largely because the more orthogonal form in the back was hidden, right? But then you look at what that, you know, what that circular facade does. And a circular facade, I mean, it doesn't have a front, it doesn't have a back. Space flows around it, right? So like, let's see, you know, space is flowing around like this. And I think there was an opportunity here to really kind of design the spaces between. So, you know, kind of, again, going back and looking at what you made now and how it sits on the site and how that object either activates the site, the space around it or not, you know. But you talked about sort of the cues that you picked up from the sauna-esque building, you know. I think there was an opportunity there to kind of finish the space. If you're going to acknowledge that building in a curved building adjacent to it, you know, what is the space that joins them? So, you know, again, over here on the side, you know, where you've got the school, you know, does this become an exterior performance space? So rather than having an object in a field, you know, really looking at the negative space and trying to engage that as part of the project as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you for all the comments. I totally, Judith, agree that she took on a really, really tough challenge without actually realizing, because it seemed like something very simple, working on two very simple geometries. And even though, you know, that hinge, that passage transition between those two geometries might not yet be successfully resolved, I think that you've, you know, made such an amazing progress from where we were in the beginning and worked on that hinge again and again and again and trying to find a way to, you know, to create those passages. So I'm really happy to see where you got, not to mention the quality of your drawings that improved tremendously throughout the semester. I also wanted to say that, you know, the fact that we have Sana next to you and Michael talking about the kind of lack of sectional, maybe three-dimensional thinking is peculiar, because Sana is a very two-dimensional architect in a certain way, and an architect celebrated by, well, all of us, right? So I think there is value if in certain kind of planar approaches to architecture, that it can be, you know, you can create amazing projects that way. But I do agree that, you know, when you start stacking things, not working through a section and not working through dimension just precludes certain opportunities that you might be just missing. And especially when you're studying, you don't want to lock yourself into that kind of a thinking too early, especially when it's not really intentional, but it comes more from maybe, you know, a certain struggle to deal with too many things at the same time. So I'd really encourage you to embrace the section much more in, you know, in the very beginning. And otherwise, yeah, I think there's a lot of progress here, and a very simple yet tough problem that you've addressed. So it wasn't easy. But I also think what Judith was talking about, you know, the space in between the two buildings, that's true. That's an opportunity that could have been explored way more in order to integrate those two buildings together. Thank you so much. Thank you all for
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all for your comments. It really added so much richness to the conversations that we've had so far. If you have any closing comments, please share them with us. Otherwise, I know everyone is probably really tired.
I would just say over the winter break, used to be a tradition at UT a long time ago that everybody seemed like, for some reason, it was a real fad to go to New York and go to the bookstores. Now we have Amazon, but you know, I would take this sort of process that you learn, starting with the precedents, and you know, spend some time over the break reading. We never get to read enough. And you know, expand your sort of learning capacity by looking more at some precedents. And you know, there are some wonderful things that we want to get you all to sort of look at. And I'm constantly amazed when I'm talking to my students and I'm saying, well, have you looked at this? Or have you read that? And they go, we don't have time to read. And I went, what? Wait a minute. We're in college. What do you mean we don't have time to read? And it's like, well, I'm so busy doing it, I don't have time to. No, wait, stop. You know, step back a little bit and just say, what we're trying to do is expand our knowledge base. And so I would, whoever you're interested in, whether it was somebody who did another precedent on something else or some suggestions from your instructor, but you know, I think it's a time to sit back over the break and think about things laterally. You know, just I want to hear how other people are thinking about that. We haven't had the kind of lecture series online. I know it's just not the same as going into the auditorium and hearing all those guest lectures every year. That's the kind of way I'm thinking about, you know, expand your thinking laterally.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You know, when Instagram changed and they started, you know, you used to just scroll through your old posts, you know, you could go back days and days, but now they kind of take you to where, you know, you've seen all that. And then they start feeding, you might like this, right? And I found that so incredibly annoying because I hate being manipulated. I hate it when Amazon suggests books for me because they're often right. But I've actually really come to like that Instagram feature because of things that I have liked and people that I do follow. It thinks I might like this. And I've started saving things. And I have this like catalog now of saved images on my Instagram account, almost like a Pinterest page, right? And 90% of it is architecture. And it's interesting to look at because it's starting to reveal sort of tendencies in my own thinking and tendencies in my own sort of aesthetic predilection that I I didn't recognize before. Because, you know, I can look at all these now. It's like, why am I always looking at a large wall with a single door, you know? But I think in addition to reading, just becoming more visually literate with what you gravitate to, you know, because as soon as you do that, as soon as you become more familiar with whatever your leaning is, then you can start making it your own in your own work, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, your work, and Aleksandra said it perfectly, she doesn't want you guys to design like her. She's not going to tell you how to design, right? You guys have to figure this out for yourselves now and figure out who you're going to be as designers. And, you know, I think, yeah, the Christmas break is, wow, I can't believe it's Christmas, is a perfect opportunity, I think, to do that, okay?
Thank you.
And my only closing thought would be that I think one of the biggest challenges, architecture in general, is that we're always solving problems. We're always trying to sort of make the right solution come to fruition. And at the end of the day, all we have is our ideas to stand on. In other words, when you present your projects to, right now you're presenting to a jury and your professor, but at some point you're going to be presenting these projects to clients. And what everyone needs to be able to understand is like very like distinct ideas that you're trying to communicate. And so I really encourage everybody to, like, I know we always ask for it, right? Like, we need a 2 or 3 sentence thesis about what your project's about, but it's actually really important, because if you find yourself presenting for 30 minutes in front of someone, I don't know that you've actually distilled your ideas down to something that's easy to understand and easy to kind of go back to. Because once you've got a couple of these big ideas that you're trying to achieve, it helps you solve the problems, right? Like all of those things that you need to solve, you kind of put back through this filter of a big idea. So I really encourage everybody to, when you're working on projects, you can have multiple ideas, but definitely try to have a couple of them that you're really trying to achieve something with. And that way you can always use that as sort of your guiding principles. And at the end of the day, everything we do is pretty subjective. So what we're going to do as a jury or as, you know, a client someday is just to judge you on the criteria you've set out for yourself. So it's kind of my 2 cents. I feel like I say at the end of every review, but it's only because I want to tell myself that all the time. Like, just get out of the floor plan and make sure you're still talking about ideas. Quit talking about doors. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, very precious advice. All of this. Thank you so much. I will let you, our reviewers go, but if you guys can hang in here for a moment, just for some closing comments, that would be great. Thank you, Judith. Thanks, Michael and Michael, for being with us. Thanks
so much.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Good work, everyone.
Bye. Okay, here we are again. Thank you so much. I'm not gonna keep you for a long time. I know you're all exhausted. You probably hardly slept because I allowed you to upload at 8 in the morning, right? So I just wanted to, sorry? I can hear you, Rosalina.
I said, to be fair, it was very helpful, the extension.
I know it was helpful, but I just hope that you guys would sleep. Anyway, it always happens like that. So just 2 very quick things. One is that I really wanted to thank you. This was for me just such a pleasure working with you during this semester. And I was really terrified that, it would be so hard being on Zoom. And I know how hard it was for you. I know that you guys were going from your bed to your desk constantly, like Fernando explained, and that's not an easy situation. And this was not, how you probably imagined your second year. But the amount of work that you've put into it and just the fact that you really seemed so enthusiastic all the time about what you were doing gave me so much joy. And I really enjoyed seeing you often, 3 times a week, right? So thank you for that. And I think you've learned a lot. I think that you've mastered certain skills. And every time I teach, it's really hard to focus on everything. So many things that you hear, I hope you do them, in your next studio. So for example, writing a short description of your project again and again as you're working on something is incredibly useful. Like in the beginning, it will be, hardly understandable. And then you will keep on evolving as you're working on the project. So that's something really great to do. Another thing, from the very beginning, making collages and like impression images of what you want to achieve and keeping on working on that, you will see that your final views, your final representation of your project will be so much better, because that view will not just be that final thing, go, okay, let's just pull it out from the 3D model. It's going to be something that evolved in a very organic way, as much as your plans and sections evolve. So this semester, we might have focused more on the plans and sections and kind of technical drawings, because I know that it will help you later to work better. But those are the things that are really important. And I hope you pay attention to it. And the last thing I wanted to say is that you are more than welcome to upload this presentation as is, as your final submission. You can do it even now, but I leave the folder open for quite a long time, I think until the 13th. And so if you want to improve anything, even simple things like, you didn't have time to put figures in your drawing, something that might be useful for you in your portfolio later, I will not grade your work until then. This is for me not like the moment on which I grade. I grade anyway. I grade the entire semester. It's not just about the final presentation. But if you want to make some improvements and add it to your drawings now before you upload, I'll absolutely consider it. Okay. And if you have any final comments, questions, let me know now. You always please welcome to write to me, no matter whether it's related to this studio or anything else. I'm always happy to talk to you. And I hope to have more chances to see you in person in the future, not on the screen. Thank you. And now go to sleep, guys. Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Professor.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fernando.